I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Hello everyone, welcome to North American Game Changers Swiss stage. Kind of waiting alongside, already timing it, and now you've got the molly and the stun to keep them inside of that corner. You might be able to really just close it off. Dragger of the team and actually can't even seem to really keep the sight, but Noya does it themselves. The double peek out glowstick with the save round. Now Noya really making some husband of them, but going up towards the Ab and Vanitas is so the blue smokes are gone. Work, but underneath and crossing the R is able to hold. Neither running back and at this point with the lockdown that they were not detained. Play with the op, make the shot happen. Felt the only one standing, not knowing that the op is there, asking comes to the axolotl. Oh my gosh. Let's see what they can do. So there it comes. Blue absolutely dominating in the backhand side.
Hey everyone, welcome to Valorant Game Changers presented by Verizon. It's me and Vansily. We're going to cause some chaos today because we've had some good matches. We're fueled up. Hope you guys are ready to get through this with us. Vans, it's been an absolute blast getting through this Swiss stage.
Yeah, I'm fueled up because this is such a cool portion of the stage right now. Stage 2 is basically the last stage that we currently have in North America, but what's more interesting is going into the LAN Finals that's been announced a couple of months ago that maybe some people have been talking about it through the last few weeks, but I like to reiterate it, right? So what's important here is to try to get it out of Swiss stage, make it to the Grand Finals, and then hopefully if you win that as well, it secures your spot to the GCC at Champs, which is to be announced, but I'm looking forward to see where that's going to be landing at the end of the year.
Okay, well, we'll try to shake the leaks out of Vansily throughout this broadcast. Don't worry, guys. I'll wear them down, but let's get through our rosters for today because we have absolute cinema for our first match today. We have the repeat of the grand finals of the previous stage. We got Shopify Rebellion Gold versus Swim Trek. Slightly, there's some moving pieces, but let's start with at least what's familiar to us, or at least this new legacy that's starting to be created around this roster. Of course, you guys are already starting to get to know Glowstick and Vanitas and how they're slotting in. And I just loved listening to Alexis's comms video about this team because everyone's fitting in like a glove.
Yeah, and also it's a lot of work to put into, right? To really try to turn things around really quickly from stage 1 to go into stage 2, because unfortunately, looking at the storyline of today, Shopify Rebellion Gold actually comes in as the number 2 seed. They recently lost to Swim Trek Blue in the grand finals of stage 1, and then they went over to say, well, we need to pick up some people that are going to be able to replace the big shoes that are left behind by Sarah Frags and also by Mel. So let's bring in 2 goats. Let's bring in Vanitas and Glowstick overall. That changes the rules for a bit, or at least in terms of synergy, but in terms of firepower, it is still very much there for both Vanitas and Glowstick. Glowstick has been a highlight for me when I looked at the team of Swim Trek Blue over at stage number 1, because they had so many moments where they had clutch scenarios, 3Ks, 4Ks that really turned it around here for the side of Swim Trek Blue and allowed for them to have such a good run into the stage 1.
Yeah, Vanitas has been such a strong secondary duelist, like on that Phoenix, was going absolutely crazy. I mean, Shopify ended up winning 13-1 on Haven in their last match against Sen Otters. And that was part of the comms video that Alexis posted. It was just good vibes all around. I'm really liking the IGL vibes of Alexis. Everyone just sounds like they're best friends. Everyone's having fun. I'd be having fun too if it was a 13-1 scenario. So, and I just love that Vanitas and Glowstick, they are also being very vocal within this team. They're already comfortable, they're confident, everyone's pitching ideas. So this is looking like a structured unit. So let's take a look at Swim Trek, because this is not maybe the same Swim Trek that won against SRG in that final that you mentioned, but Swim Trek do have so much firepower on their side.
And of course, a lot of eyes on them as well, because they're the ones that won stage number 1, and at the same time, probably a little bit of just a small chip on the shoulder to let Glowstick know, hey, maybe you joined the wrong side going to this matchup today against us, because we will still defeat SRG and we could still topple down Glowstick and company. And if you're looking at this roster, 2 of them currently don't have profile pictures because they're going in last minute to sub in for some players that couldn't make it in for today. So Corrupt on vacation, and then they brought in Evil Eli actually to replace Glowstick And unfortunately, Evil Eli couldn't make it to the matchup tonight either, so they bring in Sleepy Aria and Zoriental. So Sleepy Aria was that main duelist, the main Neon 1 trick that really helped Swimcheck Blue overtake all of the competition going into stage 1. And then also adding Zoriental is actually quite nice for Swimcheck Blue for today. I think it's going to mix in a little bit of terms of role issues I think that they might have going to the stage 2, but in terms of being able to play double duelist with just like run it down and fight face to face, I think Zoriental and Sleepy Aria are great additions to this roster to be able to fight against SRG today.
Yeah, with all these moving pieces that you're mentioning, it definitely feels like this is going to be, well, their mechanics are still very high because you have 2 duelists of Zoriental and Sleepy Aria, as you said. But the calling is maybe all over the place because Corrupt was that IGL and they're not able to make it today. And Glowstick also used to be on Swim Track, so facing their former team is also like another narrative to watch out for. So it's a rematch of the last stage with some extra spice involved. Yeah. And both these teams are, well, they haven't lost yet. And it's important for the Swiss stage to keep that going, to have the best seed that you can for playoffs.
Correctly. That they're currently 2-0 right now in the Swiss stage. It's the same story as before when you're going through stage to stage. It's the first one that makes it to 4 automatically qualifies going into the main event. So these two teams, there's still a lot of Valorant to be played in the next couple of weeks to actually determine our seedings going into that main event bracket. But I think this is, again, just a little bit of a rematch of that stage 1. So it doesn't matter on seeding for now. It's just trying to get that dub, especially here for Subject Blue, to show here to the community of game changers, and especially North America, that their win in stage 1 wasn't a fluke, it wasn't a luck of a draw, and they could actually just repeat whenever they want.
Yeah, and at least the one mainstay, or the 2 mainstays, you have Sherrod and Bob, who, I mean, Bob has been on Challengers teams, Game Changers teams, is always a boon, and is always fragging out of their mind. And Sherrod, I mean, back, was it last year, was posting like top 3 ACS in all of Game Changers. So that's what I mean. While this Swim Trek team's ceiling, their mechanics is so high, but how are they going to be as dynamic with all these moving pieces? So I'm excited to see how they're going to match up because they look different. SRG, they're still trying to improve on what's been already great about them.
Exactly, and I think also you're looking at their experience that you just mentioned before here from Sherrod and from Bob, also playing with Rose, right, in Challengers. So they're not unfamiliar when it comes down to competition and to get some reps in. And they also play a lot of like fun havers, third parties, right? So there is so much Valorant to be played. I think they almost utilize Swimcheck Blue, that is, these type of events and these types of competitions as their scrim, so that when it comes down to like GC, they have a chance here to really fight against SRG. And now looking at the maps, I think this is also very interesting too, because Breeze is firstly picked out by Swimcheck Blue, which seems to be left aside here for SRG. The reason why I'm saying that this is interesting is because Swimcheck Blue lastly played this with a breach in her composition in the hands of Bob, when we usually know her to be like such a good Sova player for the team. Now, I think especially with Zoriental and Sleepy Aria coming into the roster, that might change drastically the whole composition as a whole. But I feel like just having a breach and a harbor going into your composition for Swimcheck was not something that was going to be difficult to deal with from the side of SRG. So they just want to say, okay, well, let's just play that and we'll just dominate them on that and see how it pans out.
Yeah, and Breeze is also a big test of Sentinel players, and we got to talk about the elephant in the room, the goat in the room. I mean, Noya has been the most consistent player on SRG for so long. I mean, the GC community, if you guys are new, have nominated her as president through multiple years because she's reliable, she's flashy, and she quietly becomes the MVP of the series on a role that you don't really expect to. And her and Alexis have been such good, I mean, technically wives, or like ironically wives, and have been the longest standing pieces of this Shopify machine that has won for so long. And they're already so good at like integrating these new players and to make them acclimated. And I really like the comms video just to call out the fact that when people make mistakes, when people feel like they're not performing at their best, it's Noya and Alexis that are really hyping up everybody to make sure that no matter if, like, you know, through rain or storms, that this team is going to keep pushing through. And I like that we're still having a strong leadership, even with, you know, Mel departing.
Yeah. And also, I think another reason why you're having Breeze being that first map is because this was also one of the maps that was played in the grand finals for Swimcheck Blue against SRG, and it was very one-sided for Swimcheck Blue, and also the map that determined the series victory for Swimcheck Blue over SRG 3-1. That said, I feel that now you're looking at this as like, okay, if we're still going to flip Breeze in here, we already have an idea of how you kind of want to approach things here for Swimtrek. At the same time, though, we'll have to still think about it again once we get to the agent select, because Sherrod last time was a Phoenix player for Swimcheck Blue on this map. But Sherrod is also, as you've mentioned, Lemon Kiwi, somebody that posted having top ACS because they were so good on a chamber. So if you're going to bring in Zoriental and also Sleepy Aria, who are bringing heavy firepower in terms of like jet play, neon play, and whatnot, you might start seeing Sherrod going into that Sentry role that you said is super important as well on Breeze, and bringing out like the chamber could be a nice little way to counteract on how SRG might approach the map. Because for SRG, they're not playing a hard Senti if they're playing the same composition. They're also just playing double slice with the Harbor and the Viper, and just trying to manipulate the map from slicing the Harbor execs and trying to go for a lot of that mid to B, mid to A type of fight. So it'll be an interesting look, but a great way right now for us to challenge a little bit here this new look that we should be seeing out of Swimcheck Blue.
And this is a new map pick as well for Lotus for SRG, because they had picked Split before against Sen Otters, obviously to great success, and then they picked Haven against Revitalize. And speaking of Revitalize, you know, a matchup against SRG, Lotus ended up being picked by SRG's opponent, and SRG won 13-1. And that comms video was hilarious. And 13-1 is no joke. So SRG have already proven positive results on this one. And I also like that Swimtrek go to Breeze, because it feels like it's a slower map. So you kind of are starting to warm up to these new moving pieces, get everyone sort of situated how you also want to call, because again, Corrupt, the IGL is not here.
Exactly. And speaking about the IGL, I had a chance to speak to Sleepy Aria before going into this matchup, and they were telling me, like, we're going to try to do it like Envy, where it's just like, I'm going to bring in the main things from my experiences playing with what I've done in the past, and maybe do a little bit of like macro before the barriers drop. But when it comes down to the gameplay, all 5 of us are going to find our timings and find our fights. But also, if you want to try to rely onto Envy comms and the IGLing, the last time I did some listen-ins, or we did some listen-ins in their last matchup just yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, it was not the best of comms that we've heard, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be definitely different vibes. It's definitely going to be sunshines and unicorns for sure, because you're looking at a team as Swimcheck Blue that has already won stage 1, so they have that confidence and already the camaraderie between all these 5 players to play in this matchup. Because if you think about it as well, Lemon Kiwi, another player coming back right now for the side here of Swimcheck Blue is Veritas, if I'm not mistaken here. They were playing in the, or Venture, sorry, they played in the past already with the Swimcheck Blue team, and then had to step away so that Sleepy Aria actually took over that spot. But you could definitely see here there's no bad blood, so they come back into this game as well. So I think they're walking into this matchup with very high confidence for Swimcheck Blue. And if there's one thing I could add as well, Lemon Kiwi, that second map being Lotus was also a map that was lost here by SRG. So if you're looking at recency bias, it's all Swimcheck Blue across the board for today that could maybe entertain us to a 2-0 against SRG today. So hopefully here in Glowstick, the preparation comes in. You know how your old team plays, so maybe they could bring in a little bit of knowledge here for SRG to come back with a bigger revenge this time around.
And I just think SRG are also, they bring such positive mentals too, so that if push comes to shove, when things get a little intense, because this is going to be the hardest matchup that SRG and Swimtrek are going to have in this Swiss stage, you know, besides maybe FlyQuest waiting for them eventually. This is where the test of the mentals is going to happen, and from obviously what SRG have probably posted, everything has looked good. You know, who knows? You're not going to put bad stuff out there, obviously. But yeah. Swimtrek also have these new additions coming in. So is everyone very familiar with each other? Is everyone very comfortable and confident? And that's where, like you said, Sleepy Aria has to come in and rally everybody. And Sleepy Aria has mentored players in the past, so they definitely know how to lift players up, especially less experienced ones, and to kind of show them how it's done. So I'm excited for also Swimtrek to come in with less expectations on themselves with all these variables coming in, and to just kind of throw everything at the wall and see what sticks.
And one of those players were, I just had it, it just slipped, Marceline, who was really good as a jet before, and then Sleepy Aria came in and coached her to play some neon as well. So that's who we're talking about here. That you know, Sleepy Aria is prominent figure in the GC scene in North America, friends with a lot of players as well, and making sure that everybody just has good vibes whenever they're playing these Game Changers tournaments. So at the same time, though, I just wanted to give, as I'm looking at a different screen here, we have other matches happening at the same time as well. So right now we're on the main stream watching the SRG game. But there's also Axolotl versus FlyQuest Red that's happening simultaneously on /Radiant. So make sure if you got, or Radiant GG rather, so if you all want to check that one out, a fun one too, because that is a core of an ex Puppy Thieves /100 Thieves, and also 2 players coming in from Wadada, being Starbound and Astralis, playing together in this roster, also in the 2-0, playing against FlyQuest Red, and trying to see if they could make it up there as well.
And yeah, these 2 matches are ironing out who our top 2 teams are going to be seeding wise at the moment, because it's the first to 4 wins to get to playoffs, and everyone, these 4 teams that we've mentioned, Axolotl, Shopify, SwimTrack, FlyQuest, are all sitting at 2-0. So 2 teams will be facing their first defeat, which mad respect, because these are going to be the top challengers that they're going to be facing. But also, if you're able to iron out a win against any of the 4 teams that we have today, that's just one checked box. And then, for example, if it's SRG and SwimTrek, then FlyQuest, Axolotl will become that next boss that they have to defeat, and vice versa. So trying to get these wins today is massive to really try and solidify that first or maybe second seed if you're lucky, because you definitely want to avoid any side of the bracket that any of these 4 giants are into.
Yeah, with these 2 matches right now between SwimTrack Blue and SRG and the FlyQuest versus Axolotl, this is our potential first big upsets that we have currently in this stage of the Swiss stage of stage 2. Because if you're looking at it and you're looking at the VLR page and you look at the standings and whatnot, there's no big surprises going into the teams that are currently not or currently have losses in their under their belt. I'm thinking more specifically here as Sen Otters. They lost against SRG themselves, and then SAD actually just lost recently against SwimTrek. There you go. So one of the top 2 teams that we currently have in this current stage has already knocked down some of the teams that usually should be up there with the rest. But at least those teams have the hard matches out of the way, and then we're going to be into like a nice little race in the last 2 weeks to see who makes it into the main event. So that's the fun part of it right now. I like it that we're jumping right into the middle here, let me tell you and I, into the Swiss stage, or the Swiss portion of this stage of the Game Changers.
You're right, though, that some of these teams that have actually had, oh my god, they have a small blemish on their record, like Sen Otters, like Cloud9 GC, even SAD, like there's some really strong players, and those teams have lost to either a FlyQuest or an SRG, so very understandable, and so that kind of is separating them from the top of the flock right now, if you will. But I could easily see all of those teams come back and try to fight for the top 3 spot, depending on how the math is going to crunch down in Swiss. But we want to crunch down on our first map that's finally ready. We have Breeze. This is SwimTrek's choice of map, so trying to take it nice and slow, one step at a time, one round at a time.
Yeah, and as I've prefaced this matchup before going into this map, what will be the composition coming out of this? I don't think we should see Sherrod going into a Phoenix this time around if they want to play that double duelist. I think you want to go to the tried and true into the strength of what Swim Otters currently has, or sorry, SwimTrek Blue currently has going to this map, is to have Sleepy Aria play that one-trick Neon, and to maybe have Zoriental play onto that Jet. You have that power of the double dive right now too. I wouldn't be mad to actually see not necessarily some Breach, but some KO coming out here from Bob. Because if Bob was playing Breach in the past, but you want to try to pop some flashes to actually help out that double dive, I think that KO is going to be very, very good to use, if not even a Sky going into it. So again, I think it's going to be a very fun look that I'm expecting to see here coming out of SwimTrek Blue, and nothing that's going to be ordinary from this team.
And the choices of controllers have been different flavors that we've seen, whether it's Harbors, Vipers, is there a Sentinel or not? And we do see, of course, the Chamber on the side of SwimTrek, and no hard Sentinel there. But, seeing the Viper of Bob to try and slow things down will be a huge part of their defense. On the other side, you're mirroring that Viper, but that Harbor, I mean, we've seen it so much in Challengers, in VCT, of how you really create your own arena of battle when you do want to take a site.
Yeah, so right now, the way that I see SwimTrek is to see Bob right now on his Viper and not play going into an initiator role, which is fine. Bob has always been a Swiss Army knife when it came down to the last 2 seasons that they've played from Game Changers onto the VCL. We've seen some Rays. We've seen some Tejo. We've seen some Jet. Anything that Bob needs to play for her team, she will play it. So when you look at Swimtrek Blue, the way that I see how they could play their attack side as well, when you don't really have flashes to engage and initiate onto Sleepy Aria and also for E sub 2, which is going to be Zoriental for those that just tuned in, I think you're going to have to rely a lot on Venture's utility and then also on sound cues, right? So if you're going to go on a Cloudburst dash in and a wall up, then you're hoping to hear whoever and wherever they're shooting from for the drone or for the recon dart, they could actually close into that and fight in those areas. If not for the defense here, I think this is quite standard. I think it's great that they're starting off on the defensive side. It gives them a chance to really set up a very strong defensive side too, by just having Sherrod playing solo as his chamber on the B site.
So we have the element of the chamber. I wonder, it's going to be the race to that first op and even the anti-eco. Sometimes you see that outlaw, the marshal, whatever, because Breeze, that large open map that could take advantage of those long sight lines. SRG, though, will be setting the pace with that KO, a very early knife to mark. Any kind of shenanigans, you know you're facing kind of an off-kilter swim trek that could really throw anything at you, but pretty standard stuff. Bob going to mark the push, at least from the Jet. That half health, Swimtrek could be in trouble as SRG now finally making noise, stepping into that arena, slicing with their harbor. And there are some shots Dodo that just catches a stray.
That's just so unlucky. But they still have to move in to get the spike plant down, but they're doing a great job for Swimtrek to deny this from happening.
So far, so good. SRG not safe enough to recover this spike. It all come down to maybe this lurk from Noya coming through double doors and already getting the attention of Zoriental, who could be crunched. Maybe this confusion. The smoke, though, is kind of helping SRG recover this spike, and now they could try to regroup with Noya, but nice lineup so far. It's really so toe-to-toe. 2 versus 2. As SRG, I should say, have been shoved, but these sheriffs, these one-taps are gross. Sleepy Aria has been subbed in and could give them the pistol win, and now just wants to get in SRG's face. Finds himself 6 feet under.
I was hoping to catch one off guard as well, but a nice little fight back by SRG in the first place. You could see the tactic from SRG and how they were set up for Swimtrek Blue. They were already expecting some sort of an A-side split going on to the first round. So what happened here was you had Zoriental and also Venture just getting ready to dart right in front of the harbor wall that slices from mid side because they were expecting that split to happen. So as you move your resources towards that side, it gave an open space for SRG to fully take towards that main because nobody was splitting. They all went for a 5-player hit. Instead, though, for this round, looks like a pop flash to go aggressive to fight at that spot. And you're trying to combine here both the Viper and the Silva to try to punish, but it's Donut that does it instead.
Yeah, maybe Bob just tried to find a quick insert to kind of surprise SRG, thinking, of course, they're going to be confident. They're on the anti-eco, but Venture just pops 3 with the Sheriff. Oh, what is the same traitor? Oh my god, SRG, not as free as you thought, but at least the spike's in hand, and again, Noya could be coming in from mid to save the day, but this 1v1 against Sherrod is all could decide this, and somehow SRG have picked themselves up off the ground, and it's a showdown between Zoriental and Noya to decide the round after a 3K from Venture. Was it enough? And Noya fumbles, and Zoriental closes it out.
Zoriental lucky too that they were able to pick up a Guardian left behind here at the entrance of the A site. What a nice triple tap by Venture, anchoring up on that A site. They were dead for rights pretty much when you had such a nice opening for Shopfire Rebellion Gold at the entrance. It was such a nice punish that they did onto Bob in the first place, but then somehow you make magic happen with the GC Sheriffs, and that puts SRG into an eco. No plant for the second round as well, so that means they're stuck on pistols. They're trying to fake towards this B site to start, maybe Cove pick up an orb, and then just fight towards that main.
Swimtrek really playing with their food, but deciding to commit both duelists forward. More support, more firepower. There's the swing and the twirl, and Zoriental gets 2 with the Guardian. Maybe could be gifting some weapons, and that's why Alexis wants to fight for this space, and Bob wants to deny it, but a Vandal should be able to take care of business, so Bob just has to anchor here for now.
Hoping here that Glow Stick's gonna be able to hear that for sure now that the dart comes out. So that accounts 2 players towards the A side. If I'm like Alexis right now, I should try to find a way to activate a rotate or a fight here for the Viper over on a B to fight against Sherrod. Because right now they need to sell that fate to pull that rotate back from the A side because you have question marks face, but unfortunately it's going to be a full front check from the SRG instead, and kind of already know here that the spike's now trying to move towards the A side.
It's everything thrown out of Alexis to just try to get these weapons. Alexis will get the one. Noya shut down in mid. No shenanigans in the back line, and Swim Trek form the wall and hold SRG back.
Yeah, again, from after hearing that drone towards that middle and that 3 versus 3 fight towards the A main, that snake bite that was already thrown on the defensive side by Bob had to already have 2 players accounted for Swim Blue anchoring towards the A side. So they were definitely weak on A, and they had a chance here. Still a lot of time to even pull back and try to go for even a 3-player hit towards that B side if they wanted to. But instead, because you kind of just walked out and showed your hand towards the A side, and Sherrod, well, they're not going to move. They're playing Chamber. They're going to count on your teammates to play numbers on the site anyway, so they're never going to over-rotate in that place. The rotate's a little bit off there for SRG, but thankfully they have weapons to work with this round, but an op as well for Zoriental, who's overlooking this B site.
And Sleepy Aria's stats look like that, so that Zoriental can pop off with the 5 and 2 and even buy a round 4 off, which is going to be a factor. SRG cutting through mid. The drone from the Sova Venture will spot trouble. Now SRG already heading back to the double doors, and Sherrod is eliminating any chance for SRG to go through main. So now SRG could be crunched from the perimeter of the map. Sherrod really choosing that moment carefully, but TPing right back. Donut adjusts. Now SRG have the site. Potentially, if Bob goes unnoticed, SRG making a lot of noise, checking every nook and cranny. This Bob just wants to at least get away with 1. There's damage into Donut, but not enough.
Beautiful jump by Alexis, but here's the walk down with the judge. So that spike down and a long-range battle as well with the judge. Well, that's going to leave it on a 1 versus 1.
Hey, when you do the damage, the judge can be the executioner. 1v1, and Venture gets it again. And Noya's left in these really tough situations sometimes, being that lone wolf that has to cut through double doors, that has to create like a fake on the other side of the map. And it's a slow start for SRG as they're still trying to kind of get to know Swim Trek, and you know, the fact that Venture popped 3 against their anti-eco, and SRG have had to adjust even in that round, cutting in through mid after the drone spotted them. So some good adjustments, but the clutch factor not there yet for SRG.
Yeah, but Venture just swinging that at 31 HP was actually amazing in terms of confidence. And I think it is because of that 3K sheriff that they pulled a couple of rounds ago. This time a solo hold onto the A site. Lots of solo holds from Swim Trek overall, and that's Bob solo here.
Ooh, the dash kind of missed, and Dodo at least dodged the bullet because of it. Yeah, that solo anchor, it's not going to be enough to hold back this flood of SRG. You're just hoping to at least get a 1-tap. But now SRG have to play chicken against the Hunter's Fury, and Vanitas is a victim. This is going to definitely strengthen this retake here from Swim Trek, but now the clock has become a variable. Double doors, 2 duelists, knives out, call being made. SRG throwing util, trying to force their hand, and Swim Trek choosing a lane, but they get covered by the Reckoning thrown from Glowstick. Gives them the edge. All share is still versus SRG. They just have to play their lives. They know they're outgunned, but Alexis, power friendship will vanquish all, I guess. 3 versus 2. Still some powerful rifles. Sleepy Ari and Venture at least working together, but it's taking too long to clear the backside of this site. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think the defuse is in the cards for Sleepy Aria.
And a 4K for Alexis as the IGL too. So, I mean, we selling broken records from GC after GC to keep talking about the GC sheriffs here in North America, because that was a beautiful round in terms of protocol for SRG. I didn't like how it started though, because Vanitas, the idea was already to tap the spike to bait out the Hunter's Fury, yet somehow you still allow yourself to get beamed twice here by the ult side of Venture to drop that spike. But thankfully, because we talk about that good protocol from SRG to double swing on one side, to isolate fights at a player's advantage, just allowed SRG in the end to close out that round in their favor and to keep this game quite close. So that keeps the economy very low for the side of Swimcheck Blue. And Sleepy Aria is going back to what they were doing on previous stages of last year, just going to play Judges and Buckies every single one of these rounds. Why not? Because you're trying to contest into the harbor utility that SRG is trying to bring out from round to round on these execs.
And I like that SRG's going back to a default because it's just been a hit after a hit, and it's a mixed bag, and all eyes, especially when you give this space. Oriental reclaims it as theirs, and SRG find themselves down. A duelist that is supposed to be there to make that space, and maybe just a good null command could be what'll make Swimtrek uncomfortable. But what I'm worried about, this is Bucky in a corner from Sleepy Aria. And SRG, I mean, they just have to face the music. That's the fucking shot to have. And Sleepy Aria at least goes 1 for 1.
Dude, we're going to keep going back and forth with these fights. But right now, the element of surprise is for Swimcheck Blue. Look at them all going for this double, maybe even triple flank. Because I wouldn't be surprised to see Bob super late to bait their teammates. Just to go for that late lurk in case something goes astray.
A lot of weight on their shoulders to stop this, and they are pretty panicked about the flank, and takes care of 3 in this round. Bob up to step into this gladiator arena, flash out, playing around cover beautifully. Bob knows that they have time to play with, but now you have to re-clear, and SRG know that Bob is close. Hoping for a surprise. Time running out. Bob checks the wrong corner, and Glowstick confirms 4.
First big mistake coming out here from Swimcheck Blue in terms of how they held their retake or attempted their retake onto that B site. Not checking corners, leaving one really corner unchecked. That was their downfall pretty much. Even the first shots that were missed from that corner was never really called out. And I think that was Glowstick in that corner, what we call an emo here in the front of that B site. Yet Glowstick is able to drop them both easily and just leave Bob to her own demise here on a 2 versus 1 with still too much utility available here for Alexis. How does she still have 2 flashes in the post plant? I don't know, but they made it work for SRG. Good on them to be able to get these rounds and not have to use too much util when it comes down to saving it for the post plant. And I think that's something here that Swimcheck Blue might have to start doing a little bit more. Try to burn out some of that util, not give a chance here for SRG to have too much in the post plant.
Another quiet default for SRG, but now stepping in down. And Shirada's like to kind of step forward to catch SRG by surprise. Exactly a masterclass of the chamber so far, and to supplement A and to change things up after Bob was solo holding defensively at that site for a while. They're switching it up, and they keep SRG guessing.
Good right now, at least, that Swimcheck were able to take down Vanitas. Right now, they've been dropped quite early on these aggro pushes coming out here from the side of Swimcheck Blue, and that's no Hunter's Fury to allow here for SRG to exit. But fighting for A main is quite huge here. They could pick up an orb as well, so that Glowstick could have here the Reckoning on the post plant.
Donut drops and wants to go with the team, but at least was able to get a bird's eye view of the setup of what's on the other side of this wall as Alexis is ready to breach, but now is going to focus on the spike being down. The walls, though, come crashing down. Noya's on watch. Sleepy Aria hearing those shots, still needing a sightline. Glowstick is supporting Noya so well that Swimtrek don't have a safe angle. They can push unless they win this duel. So Alexis will have to take a seat. Someone left to fill the gap, and it's Noya back into the game with a double kill. You love to see Noya get back to her true form.
You can still see, though, that both of these teams really want to try to win this series for something to prove. SRG for the revenge, Swimtrek to do the 2-peat against SRG so far in terms of matches. And you're seeing now, because of that pressure and the will to really want it, some mistakes are really coming out. But look at the exec, the flash and dash. Alexis fully blinds Donut going in as she ults, and then Donut cannot get any value on the dash. Secondly, you don't give the spike over to Glowstick to go for the plant, so you have a Reckoning in case something goes wrong here on your post plant scenario. But thankfully they played against an anti-eco this time around that had no GC shares, and they're able to capitalize here on a round. Look at Arya about to push through, trying to push through this smoke.
You gotta try to punish Zoriental, who's kind of like lurking around mid. The double push through the smoke, that just can't happen. Now SRG down Donut early in the round again. It's tough to take space. Maybe just with a reckoning that could be good enough, but Swim Trek know exactly where they are now, and once these walls come down, Zoriental make this a massacre. It's gonna tuck away. Definitely doesn't want to face SRG head on and ideally shoot them from behind, and kind of hesitates. And that's uncharacteristic for Zoriental. This forces the hand of SRG. Pedal to the metal. Reckoning in. Dealing with Zoriental, who came on the flank. SRG will not ignore a problem. 2 versus 2. And now the site is SRG's.
Interesting, trying to plant towards spawn, baiting out util as well, and that shock dart's going to push them away. So right now, you don't really have true value on a Hunter's Fury because you're not playing it towards main, you're not playing post plant as well. It comes down to duels this time around. How are you going to peek through this? Who's going to try to win a fight here? And thankfully, a Cove still came up for Glowstick, enough here to go for a plant.
Nop is scary, though. SRG are just going to have to hide away. Glowstick at 70.
One enemy remaining.
Still
1 enemy remaining.
The shock dart thrown. Now it's just 1v1 with an op. A little scary. Glowstick sticking to the corner.
20
Being as
seconds smoke.
being as patient as they can. Sherrod trying to get around it. And Glowstick, man, is so good at closing out these rounds when they're under so much pressure.
Dude, this is what I'm talking about. Glowstick has been a player to look out for in that previous stage, but I was thinking about them playing the initiator role and just dropping multi-kills. But that tech, first off, yes, holding, tuck it in towards Emo, just waiting the countdown of the next smoke to come up. But as soon as it comes up, look at how they drop it. It's a low drop of the smoke, so they utilize that as an obstacle. Pulls up the shield. It's a one-way for them to play headshot angle and wins against one of the top ACS players in Sherrod in the past GCs. Beautifully played.
Okay, Hunter's Fury. I mean, man, Sherrod just got run over. Bulldozer, Hunter's Fury, sight clear, knife in, and even Util being thrown at the double doors, and Sleepy Arya's just went in guns blazing, but it's now been dimmed. SRG, could tell the confidence is blossoming. They are on a 4-round win streak, and this will be the 5th. See what Swim Trek can do. They're sending 2 on the flank.
You got to move quickly, though, because they wasted a lot of time trying to re-clear towards this spot. So you're going to definitely need at least Zoriental to start to activate, so you focus the pressure on that side. Well, that orb's going to give all that tel away.
Vanitas is just going to take that damage, but that makes them low enough to lose to Bob, and now you have to sprint and get on the spike immediately, which is not going to happen. And that lets Donut farm closer to her ult. 6-3 now. SRG are doubling that score, and they're really starting to cement themselves in this map.
Yeah, I just think that with the amount of time that was kind of left here, and if you already committed to walk to go for the flank, you might as well just push forward and keep walking to try to get your surprise pick and then really start clashing in here for the side of Swim Trek. But again, this is just a lower buy that you had for Swim Trek Blue because we've been going back and forth a lot in these fights when it comes down to the wire for like 1v1s or 2v2s when you actually have these big gun rounds. So this timeout is quite important for the side of Swim Trek Blue because what's been really good for them is getting Sherrod on forward lines and getting picks on these aggressive lines, and also the way that Sleepy Arya has been playing inside of these smokes. This has to be marked out by the same time here by SRG that Coach Googly should be telling his team that to be looking out for those. Whenever you're going to throw close or glow stick or whatnot, just make sure and be ready for Sleepy Arya inside that cove. Flash in there, fight that, take them down, try to create some more space on that mid that you're trying to take for your side. But Swim Trek, I think it comes down to really trying to anchor up those extremities so that they can have better ways to help each other out on the rotates and not give up their lives too early as well.
There's been quite a few ops invested from Swim Trek, and I'm not seeing a large impact there. Besides maybe just the aura and the fear factor of, okay, if the other team, the attacking team knows there's an op, they may have to invest more util, or maybe they avoid mid. I don't know, but SRG have been able to just simplify their pushes, flood in through A, make sure they give enough respect to the choke point, and it's going pretty well for SRG, to say the least, but landing right into the nest of Ari, Sleepy Arya. It's not going to work out for now. And then they escape untraded. It's very good for Swim Trek.
I love that because the protocols that kept punishing Swim Trek overall was getting that util, the pop flash towards that main, but that concuss always goes in towards bricks. So Sleepy Arya just plays out in the open, avoids the flash, gets that pick, and is able to escape. That's a huge way to counteract as well on what has been working really well for SRG for their opening picks.
Now Swim Trek wait for the next move, making sure that you keep eyes on mid, as you kind of know that when Noya's in the picture, you don't know where she can be, and hasn't created too many alternate paths for SRG, but rather keeps Swim Trek guessing and keeps them watching their back, their head on a swivel. But at the front door, Bob will be checking for IDs, Sleepy Arya will close it, and SRG now have to push through this orb. And that's not gonna be pretty, as the floor is painted with SRG, and it's a flawless for Swim Trek to get them back in the game.
Definitely felt like something was missing there too. I think SRG trying to fight back towards that A main, especially that Noya has been holding on to this pit for quite a while. I think the idea of going back towards that A main was trying to create a lot of pressure into the A site and maybe try to ult and cover up like mid lanes and also towards yellow instead of covering up towards that site. But I think they missed a little bit in terms of trying to create util and space and ways to fight towards that main in the first place. We never really had the high tide up either. I gave a chance here for Swim Trek Blue to really fight back at the beginning here at the entrance of the A site. That said, SRG still has a lot of money to work with. If you're looking at it here, still quite healthy to go for a buy for the next 2 rounds, and Sharad's trying to opt down.
Whoa. I'm surprised. That could have been more bodies on the floor. For Swim Trek now, these openers have been massive, untraded as well. SRG are left to pick up the pieces, and the pieces, you can't pick them up if they're dead. It's just Glow Stick and Alexis. They're on opposite sides of the map. Sleepy Arya is about to catch the spike, and this round is cooked. Mid. Ever since this timeout happened, it's like a light bulb lit up in Swim Trek. They're able to get a lot more impact out of the ult, or out of the op, and Sharad especially with this chamber, and SRG, maybe it'll be their turn to take a timeout soon.
Yeah, I mean, with the last round to go as well, when you have money to work with, I think it would be a pretty decent idea if you want to go for the timeout and try to salvage that round. But at the end of the day, maybe they're just trying to figure out. I think I would right now, because it seems as though they have a hard time fighting towards that first few seconds at those extremities I was talking about before, right? Sleepy Arya towards that cave side over on A main, or this time just a random walk down that has never been done by Swim Trek down towards the elbow that got some good value. But I guess here's the calls coming out from Alexis, calling a much slower round this time around by defaulting this 1-2-2 and trying to let really Swim Trek walk towards them, because after the first initial engagement, what really happens usually then, Sharad tries to walk out and goes for a pick. They're trying to punish that right now. So I like that look. I like that we stay calm and stoic so far for SRG, despite the Swim Trek coming back since the timeout, and exactly what's happening there. People are pushing out from lanes, trying to find information. Instant punishes comes in, and now SRG has the player advantage.
Look at that height, too, from Zoriental, being able to see the whole landscape, and was hoping at least to get revenge, but information is good enough, because sometimes SRG are able to absorb mid so quickly, but this conditioning bomb, 1 down, more to go. SRG pile in, slice up the site, and you see Venture stepping forth, still having some shock bolts to deny SRG some of these plants, but also the element of mystery, and they're gonna step in right into the butter knives of Donut and the Viper's Pit, and a Reckoning. Huge investment as SRG want to end this in their favor with a lead. Trod and Zoriental still in this, now hoping to poke and prod at this fortress. Knives are out. The op has to settle everybody down, and Zoriental has been found. So 7-5 for SRG without needing that timeout.
Well, I was about to say that this was so preemptive by SRG. Again, everything was really nice from that slow call into the execution. But in that post plant, man, did we unleash everything instantly. They were expecting maybe Swimtrack Blue to flood in right away, but they've done such a good job punishing the early pick from Sleepy Arya through mid double doors and also from that main side from Bomb that it should already be a weak side A and a late rotate from B to the A site. So by already instantly throwing out that wall, you kind of left yourselves out in the open trying to find some space, and you're getting picked off by Sherrod. So thankfully they still had some players to work with. They had players advantage as well to be able to salvage that round and maintain the lead going to the second half. This time though, this is what I was talking about before. They have a chance for Swimtrack Blue to play very aggressively, which they're trying to do right now in this pistol for this mid control.
My eyes are on Venture. I think the most impressive player with a Sheriff, but hey, Sleepy Arya getting speedy, wants some support behind them, and Venture, first blood. At least I didn't curse them, but this SRG defense is getting cursed. Swimtrek stepping in without a single death on their side. Close though, 15 HP for Sherrod. Here comes Noya and Dodonut. With not a single piece of util, no speed, maybe no momentum on their side until Dodonut and Noya hit the headshots. A lot of sheriffs were used from SRG to begin with. We'll see how it ends. The two are lined up. Dodonut with the delayed swing and not the first shot that hits. What was it? Will it be Noya with the last laugh? Now enough time that maybe Zoriental has picked a different side of this cover. Enough time for Noya to take this 1v1 from Bob and for Zoriental to not trade. At least it'll come down to the spike, right? Oh, Zoriental makes sure at the right moment goes to Swimtrack.
So difficult there for Noya to get that clutch because the pineapple call was already there as well for Bob, who went for a stroll all the way circling from the B side to the spawn where the defenders buy their weapons and were able to play the contact control. Outside of that, though, the exec for Swimtrack was just utilize the speed that you have from both Zoriental and Sleepy Arya and then just use the aim from all three, Zoriental, Sherrod, and Sleepy Arya. It's going to be a pain point for SRG throughout this series if it comes down to those face-to-face battles, if those three players are going to stay grouped up here, especially on their attack side, which they're looking to do again. I like the look that they have too. This is the same default that they had as a pistol round, rather. You have this trip towards the A main. It allows for you to know if anybody's going to push aggressively on that side, and you can just focus all your resources on fighting and taking mid control and figure out where the defense could be.
I think Bob is a really self-sufficient player. You can trust them on these lurk opportunities, and don't think they were a team that really used at least Bob didn't use a Marshall or any kind of sniper before, so we'll be able to hold a nice long line towards B, giving them a lot of options. They have mid. You gotta pick at B. They're getting a drone, a lot of shots coming in through A, which makes the decision pretty simple for Swimtrack to keep swimming towards B.
Yeah, especially when that peak from Alexis comes out and doesn't really engage into any sense of urgency from that B site to try to flood out from there, and also a drone catching somebody over on the A side. We kind of had an idea this time around here that it's a stack from SRG over on this A side. Even better throughout this plant is that you actually waited a bit for that so that Bob could actually pick up an orb, and now you're trying to orb max as well, going to the long run of this battle as well. This is their map pick for a reason here for Swimtrack Blue. Even though they have a different composition going to this matchup compared to the last time they played it, they still could run this map with these agents quite well, just because of the experience that Sleepy Arya has had with this roster, winning GC1 of this year with this team.
Sleepy Arya has also made some adjustments. How about this one with Bob getting just an ace with a Marshall? I mean, that it is a difference of weaponry, but when there's 4 or 5 people against one, you expect someone to shoot back. Anyway, going back to the Sleepy Arya conversation, kind of a slow start from them, but the adjustments that they've been able to make with the Buckies, the judges, and even on these lower buys, going after the low HP targets of SRG, they've gotten away with more murder than you would expect when facing such a tough team and really an outnumbered situation. So Swimtrack have really picked things up after losing that first pistol of the whole game.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, with the way that CPR is playing, you're trying to just create some more assists in their column, but instead they're just actually just getting picks. They're winning their fights. And this time the peak comes out from Donut solo, which is not that great here. Already gets punished by 4 players again. SRG has to start realizing here that the default for the last couple of rounds has been instantly the same for Swimtrack Blue, the same openings round after round. I think if they lose this round here, Coach Googly is going to start calling a timeout to try to figure out how they could fight against the pressure on middle. This is also going to give a chance here for Swim to change their plan around.
9 HP. I mean, how is Sleepy Arya even still in this? And the team is able to thrive off of that. The space still secured. Spike down as well. Alexis and Vanitas, who just have to save their weapons at this point, and the lead has been flipped on its head. This was SRG that were up 6-3 at one point, the best scoreline that they had, and now Swim Trek being able to convert their bonus is going to be even better.
Yeah, now even weapon upgrades with Bob picking this one up. She's also running it down towards the A side, trying to give her life or get a kill. So they have a pit going into next round so they could continue with the aggression. So I love this. This is why also Sleepy Arya at 9 HP is just making so much noise, because they want to make sure that they find one of those players so that Bob could actually get that pick. So at the end of the day, I'm expecting this timeout to come out from Coach Googly to speak to his team and try to figure out how they could fight with this pressure that I've mentioned before on middle. The thing is right now is they don't really know it yet because they haven't really utilized any type of early utility from like a KO knife to an owl drone or a recon dart to really see how Swim Trek Blue opens. But we kind of know by looking at these type of openings that they have left a little bit of a gap here towards the A main, and also most importantly towards elbow for Swim Trek Blue in terms of their opening. This might give a chance here for SRG to walk down a little bit more aggressively on that side, and also to walk down the fight towards that staircase. They're looking to do that without the timeout, so again, maybe just trusting the calls coming out from Alexis, and it's a great call so far.
It's gonna be a bloodbath with all the pings that came out from SRG, and they threw all the utils. But the bullets come raining down on SRG's parade and crack their plan in half. This was gonna be a Hail Mary anyway with a couple of people on sheriffs, but hey, Vanitas won't go down without a fight. And Noya's in a 1v2. It's not impossible, but not doable, unfortunately, at this moment. The Swim Trek will maintain.
Yeah, unfortunately, she had to reload her weapon too, and as soon as she pops back up, well, it's just like at the fair. Instantly popped by Zoriental, and you score the 999. And a high score as well to give Swim Trek Blue a 2-point lead. That said, back into an SRG round where they had a mixed buy from the previous round by only saving, what, both 2 weapons, if I'm not mistaken. And this time around, too, they don't have too much to work with, but they are investing into the operator for round 17. Trying to fight that line, and that's why you're putting Donut a little bit more passively down that area.
Yeah, SRG want to be giving a lot more respect to mid after their plan came crashing down. Oh, what a laser from Zoriental. And that leaves a lot of question marks for SRG when it comes to mid. So everyone's watching from the perimeter, from the outside looking in, as Donut will trade, and a nice shot into a very speedy Sleepy Arya to even up the tables.
Yeah, that's beautiful by Donut to kick things off. So again, as I mentioned, late pressure coming in towards the A main takes advantage of that for the first blood. On their side, at least, it's a 4v4 still, no matter what, because they've lost Glowstick earlier on.
Big cutoff opportunity for Vanitas, and chooses that battle so well. Right when Swim Trek were looking elsewhere. Good cutoff, but at least it's traded. Equal numbers, but a lot of space for a Swim Trek, and even time to find those post-plant positions. Now hearing nice Zoriental just jumps in front of the op. I mean, Donut just finds the gap right in the forehead. So her and Alexis work their way around. This Venture knows they have to stay hidden away. Donut knows that she won't get a free kill like that again. It's now trying to find where Venture could be hiding at. And it's the deadly game of Ring Around the Rosie. One on the spike, and Venture outthinks them. Red Bull clutch for Swim Trek.
Oh, that was insane that they were able to do that, because they kind of made a small mistake dropping down, and we're like, oh, well, let me shoot to do a silent drop, but I'm like, oh crap, I'm just giving my position away no matter what by shooting, and it was already pinged instantly by SRG where Venture was at. But then Venture instead just walks around the whole site and makes up for their mistake, and they're able to line up the last 2 kills. Everything worked out so well in terms of the opener for SRG because of Donut and how she was utilizing space that was left behind, left it open by Swim Trek Blue at the beginning of these rounds. But unfortunately here in the post-plant scenarios, in a fight back towards that B site, there was just too many members to deal with here for the side of Swim Trek, that SRG with only 2 players on site couldn't really hold it down against them, which was unfortunate. Also losing Glowstick at the top didn't really help in terms of trying to slow down and cut down that aggression out from SRG, because 11, you're looking at this composition. They're not playing a solid anchor for their side of SRG. The main stalls that they have is around Noya and Glowstick. You cannot lose those two players early in a round because it's going to be impossible for you to really help out the anchors on the site and make the rotates even more difficult.
It is difficult to go for those contact plays that SRG are going for. And I mean, the one time from Zoriental, I mean, you can't counter that. Like, Zoriental is having such an incredible first game, and as this sort of last second sub-in, I'm really impressed. Swimtrek haven't dropped around in this second half, forcing now that first timeout from SRG. And on a save, you know, we're not expecting miracles out of a Marshall from Glowstick. But you never know what the Sheriffs can do. Shirato is going to be tagged by Recon. Now is Swimtrek kind of really staying put towards spawn. They feel like they've had a really good leveraged fight when it comes to mid. Looking for Bob, and who gets spotted by the drone is going to be forced to react. And
nice.
what a knife kill from Donut, and what an angle to find as Swimtrek will at least find some success at the A site. But hey, the Marshall from Glowstick. Well, now I can't hate it. Especially when SRG are 5-3. In terms of manpower, no man, Swimtrek are now taking back control of the situation. But it is still very close, and for SRG to pull off at Thrifty, I guess I really did caster curse it. GC Sheriff on top.
Yeah, especially Bladestorm from Donut too. The util was beautiful to punish Bob in the first place, and taking down Bob forced the acceleration of Swimtrek to execute towards the A site. But because you've already gotten such good mid control from SRG in the first place, it was faster for them to rotate and to help out the anchors on those extremities. And that's exactly what I was talking about. The way here that you're able to keep some players alive, the important figures around that site to try to help out with the stalls really helps out in terms of SRG capitalizing on some rounds on a defense. So we'll see how it pans out if this can continue forward here for Swimtrek, who for SRG this round, though, a little bit of a change of a look. Look at this defensive wall that they currently have. They're really trying to have that change to stop it. Well, hold my thought. We're going for a full exit towards this B side for Swim.
Ooh, Hunter's Fury kind of tagged up the team there, and Noya, I mean, got walled in, is put into this jail, and kind of got the gloves out and was ready to go out fighting. Fortress is up, Viper's hits, and seeing if the Hunter's Fury can flush out the rats, and the op starts to poke and prod from the perimeter. Big job for Zoriental, denies the recon, and now has to hold down the back of the site, and it's not going to be too greedy, just gets the one. Allows SRG to swing back in, 10 HP and a dream. Alexis won't let them dream anymore. Spencer found on the other side of the box. And this is all starting to come crashing down, infiltrating into the pit as Glowstick at 1 HP. And this is just all chaos coming down to Alexis versus Sherrod, and a quick adjustment, a quick flick, and SRG are back in the game.
I think that's a second 4K from Alexis, but such an important 4K that she picks up for this round, because one protects Vanitas, who is about to get picked off, droning into the site here for the players moving forward, and scales perfectly to catch players off guard, swings out of the pit to catch Bob. She comes out low HP and still wins it against Bob, and then you go with the cover down and a 1v1 showdown against Sherrod again. Not a player you really want to go 1v1 against, and she's able to pull that magic for SRG to keep them in that game. That's beautiful to start. We'll hold that thought again in terms of what I wanted to talk about, the change of defensive positioning here for SRG, because Swimmer going back to the aggression on middle.
Oh, a lot of fear when you hear that from Sherrod. SRG back-to-back rounds since the timeout without Donut, though. Swimtrek taking down an important pillar, and Glowstick adjusts. Don't have Zoriental. The Jets have landed, and now SRG hope to hold the perimeter and watch for Swimtrek and just play the choke points. Might as well play the fight that you have the best advantage in. Bob. It's a good thing that wall is still up for the Viper, or SRG would be in a... Could have been spotted there from Bob.
To my world.
SRG back to their corner as a pit now forces Swimtrek to probably head to A.
Yeah, this is not a good look here for SRG. They're about to get run down too and not really set up to play for each other here. Finally, a little bit of a reposition, a double swing towards that front. But there's 3 players to greet them.
Okay, I mean, Swimtrek win the duels, 2 defenders down, 0 remain. Here comes reinforcements. Noya and Glowstick late to the party. An op in hand for Glowstick.
I got
Swim
eyes here.
Trek's really sitting pretty to try and increase this gap between them and SRG after they were clawing their way back. Doubling the numbers. SRG have
One enemy
just gonna have to leave, but that delay on the decision will cost them. And now Swim Trek are trying to deny these weapons.
Adding shield.
Ain't happening. They're gonna save the op here. Nice shot, at least on the charade, but this should be it right there. Yeah, unfortunately it's there. SRG trying to save the weapons in the next round because Donut got punished opping on the top of the tunnel. So again, now we have a chance to talk about it. That Viper wall that comes in towards that middle and the default smoke that they put from the probe at the bottom of mid is just to try to counteract on the amount of 4-1 splits that Swim Trek has been doing a lot on their attack side. They're able to answer back at least onto Donut getting punished in the first place. And I love their readjustments to try to knife out Bob so they could double swing and fight towards that main. But unfortunately, we were a little bit too preemptive on ulting for the Viper onto that B site that it kind of just forced SRG to anchor up on two different extremities and still get run down on a 4 versus 2. So didn't really work out for them. Swim Trek has now 2 opportunities. Actually, should I say 2 more rounds to be able to close out this first map against SRG, but SRG, they're not really done yet. They're on an eco and they're looking to fight against those gaps that they saw earlier in this half by having 2 players face down towards that A main line.
4 sheriffs on the side of SRG, and it's a horrible place economy-wise too. I mean, they did have 1 thrifty when I started to have my doubts, so maybe I'll just hold until the round is done. And SRG are at least playing to what the odds are. They're playing safe, they're playing grouped up. And Swim Trek, no, they dominated most of the fight that have happened at mid. That leaves them with so many angles to infiltrate into B, especially with Ness smoked off. Noya trying to line up the shot, and you're not going to get a chance, a second chance at that. Vanita's good for 1 as Swim Trek puts the rest of SRG to bed.
30 seconds left.
3 left, of course, racing back from the A site. But really extending out of this is Bob. Hey, at least Alexis doesn't fully commit. Knows that Swim Trek like to play aggressive and scrappy, so it's going to be hard for SRG to actually get picks and rather maybe just go down to the spike at this point. You'll fight with what you can. You don't want match point. Definitely don't want it, but unfortunately it's gonna happen whether you like it or not. Because at least farming up orbs is always nice, and Swim Trek get to match point.
CP Arya has just jumped around too, so that Venture could build their ults going into the
Match
Hunter
point.
Sphere as well to try to close out and bring more chances for them to close out the first map. I think there's a great way for SRG to play this a little bit more simple as well for the amount of times they're losing middle so far against Swim Trek Blue. Because Swim Trek are not playing our Harbor composition, they're pretty much playing solo smoke with Bob. It's almost committed with them, like they're still throwing the Viper wall over on the A side to continue that type of condition on that end. When it comes down to full power exits, they don't really have anything to hit towards sites. I think you keep it simple. Put Donut on the op, put her on the back of that B site to look on the top of middle. It allows for you to play a little bit more onto like an anchor, try to find like the Sova Vanita's util over on that B main by darting, by droning, and you alternate from the timer from the 140 to the minute to the minute or whatnot. Then you realize that gap that continues to go towards that A main. You can continue to insert 1 or 2 players on that side, but still focus 2 players on that mid double doors on that A site. That has both of your extremities on lock when you're always losing players in the first place on top, middle, or whatnot. So I think there's still a great way for them to play that stall. I'd like to have Glowstick maybe playing towards that A main instead so that they could actually utilize their Harbor util to slow down any type of A main pressure should a read be wrong in terms of how they want to set things up. But we're coming up back from the timeout. It is not going to be looking to play that passive mid take that I wanted to see here from the side of SRG. They still want to go with a strong fight into the mid control against Swim Trek.
Just whatever they can with those 2 initiators to support Dodonut with information, with flashes, because Swim Trek have done such a fantastic job at shutting down that jet. SRG trade, but now you've let almost Oriental let loose. Now really it's going to be a battle for mid. Next up is Noya and the rest, the 2 to swing out of double doors. SRG, that was almost a close call for Donut to get a punish there, and Swim Trek are quick to pivot right into B, but someone who's not scared is Noya, and maybe she should be, because Bob is fearless themselves. This is really tough if SRG just try to go in one by one, but Donut still give them a clear path towards the site. Now, no longer as clear. And this could be the end of SRG in this map. The Swim Trek stick to their guns. Sleepy Aria thought they were going to get spotted there by the recon. And Swim Trek just supporting each other with all these moving pieces. Comes down to Vanitas. He gets two. And now none. 13-9 for Swim Trek on their map pick. So still amazing for them to do all of that with the two new players that had to come in and substitute.
Yeah, another loss here for SRG on this map against Swim Trek Blue. Of course, different rosters that we had from GC1 going into this one, but the first time I think it was a 13-7 loss for SRG on this map. A little bit of a change of pace as well coming out from Swim Trek Blue this time around as well. And I think that was probably the main thing here, that was that win con for the side of Swim Trek Blue. Because again, you talked about it, Zoriento coming in as a super sub last minute here for the team. She doesn't really know the strats that you really call out for the team. So what are they really doing? Well, just go try to get your one. And she goes in, gets one, gets her two, doesn't need any support from anybody else, doesn't need even any flashes to get any executions in. And then she does her job. The rest could just work as a team and pick everybody apart here for the side of SRG. So SRG, I think it might come down to those moments in the second map, if that maybe they have to throw away some of those strat books out and just go and get their guns out and fight and play a team deathmatch and hopefully get that second map.
In worst case, Sleepy Aria has been really good bait. Just kind of jumping and twirling around and lets the rest of the team get kills. And Swim Trek pull off a map win. And up next, Lotus, which will be the playground of SRG. We'll see what they'll be talking about and how things will turn around potentially after this break.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup. And wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too? No, I'm...
With amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you?
David Beckham.
A Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
Swimtrek took map number 1, and it was a banger, guys. Just with all the moving pieces, Swimtrek are still moving along, but now they move to Lotus, which is SRG's map pick, which, Vans, you and I were talking about. This is going to be an even bigger test of those role changes.
Yeah, I think so. I think the first thing to look at what it would be for what they like to utilize now that they have Zoriental in the roster, right? So I wouldn't be surprised to see Sherrod stay as this chamber. Maybe instead of playing, if they still want to play double duelist. I know in the past you've seen Zoriental play a little bit of ISO in the first place, but we'll get there once we get there. I think I want to still try to focus on a little bit of like that win con that we had here for Swimtrek versus SRG, where I felt like there was a little bit too much of the play by the book for SRG that it didn't work out in their favor. They were trying so hard to, once they realized they were losing middle so many times against Swimtrek Blue when Swimtrek took the attack side, that they just wanted to try to fight pound for pound right in front of that mid control. Try to leverage Alexis's flashes to fight in those areas. Once you realize that a couple of those rounds, those wouldn't work, I think what's important here is to realize your composition as well. Is you have a harbor in your composition. And what that does for you as well is it allows for you to wall up and contain, or to try to wall up and flood retake as a team. How many times have we seen that for SRG on their defensive side? Zero, unfortunately, right? It really came down to maybe that glow stick 4K that they did over on that B side retake on defense that really helped them out. Or sorry, it was attack side on the post plan. So on defense, we really never saw any value come out of the harbor as well, because unfortunately, not only Glowstick was getting picked up on top middle, but they never really were able to set up to a point where Glowstick could actually utilize their util to help out the anchors on both extremities. So I think at that point, you should try to play way more passively on those angles. Try that out and see if it works out against Swimtrek. Unfortunately, it didn't, or they didn't try it, so they never had a chance to test it. Which is why hopefully here on Lotus, which is their map pick for SRG, they could put Breeze aside and just focus on this second map and try to push us to a third.
Hey, one harbor util I do like is that Cove. Man, is it ever so safe and comfortable to plant inside of that. But yeah, I agree. Other than that, it was hard to work around that. But hey, Zoriental MVP on their side. 6 first kills, right? But 0 first deaths. Never punished. So for Zoriental to come in, top frag, and like right out of the gates had like a round 4 op, like they were coming in swinging. So and it was SRG that had this solid lead at the beginning, I think 6-3, and then that all evaporated as soon as Swimtrek took that first timeout, and he went crazy. I think they went 7-1 in rounds after that timeout. So Swimtrek were really able to keep themselves composed after that point and to eventually pull out the win in the second half.
Yeah, and again, it kept it simple for the side of Swimtrek. There wasn't too much of the pop flash because they can't with the composition in itself, but they still utilize their util to their advantages when they're trying to get first bloods and first picks. I'm thinking about, again, going back from the timeout when you went for the Viper Wall on middle here for SRG and you're trying to control top mid and also towards tunnels. What did they do on that side here for Swimtrek? They went for the Arya Concuss all the way up towards that mid, right at that spot, so that Zorianto could move up towards that staircase, pop up Glowstick on the top of window, and then fight against a second player that was concussed right at that corner. Unfortunately, she lost that fight, but still the teamwork in terms of the util that was thought up on the fly to figure stuff out to get value on first bloods for the side of Swimtrek Blue is quite nice. So for our team going into this one, speaking about Swimtrek Blue saying, well, we don't really have any big IGL going into this game. We're just going to try to wing it and try to leverage our rank style or dual style or whatnot and get things going. Because if I'm not mistaken as well, Zoriental and the Sleepy Arya are a dual queuer for the ranked game. So it could be kind of like a Neon and Sato kind of feel for the VCTs, to put it that way. So maybe that synergy could shine going into Lotus, despite what we were just talking about earlier on Lemon Kiwi, the lack of synergy potentially in terms of agent composition going into the second map for Swimtrek.
Yeah, because you have those 2 duelists and you're wondering, okay, who's going to be the main duelist? Well, guess what? It's pretty meta right now to run the 2 duelists, and then you don't have to think too hard about util. Go in and shoot, especially if you're Sleepy Arya and Zoriental. It really is their style, especially Zoriental. Not needing too many bullets, sometimes just one tapping away, and that's how Zoriental is able to get those 6 first openers. And Sleepy Arya kind of playing in tandem, like you said, that chemistry is there, and it's very obvious, but this is the first time Lotus has been picked by SRG in terms of this Swiss. They've gone for Split and Haven in the past, so we'll see how confident they are, or just how much they're trying to exploit maybe the I would say, quote, lack of structure, if you will, even though Swimtrek obviously needs structure to pull out a 13-9, quote, comeback on Breeze.
Yeah. Now I'm just looking back into the last time these two teams played against each other on Lotus. They actually already used an ISO on their side for Swimtrek. They had Sherrod on that agent. And if Zoriental has been playing that agent for her past teams and like the Radiants or whatnot in those tournaments, then I wouldn't be surprised to see an ISO again going this time around. But are they still going to try to go for a single duelist, a single dive with Sleepy Aria as this Neon, or will they try to get Zoriental maybe on a Raze instead as well to have that double dive power? There's a lot of things that you could really utilize on this side as well for Swimtrek Blue to make things work with whatever comp that they want to run. But let's focus a little bit here on the side of SRG then. Despite whatever composition here that Swimtrek Blue is going to come out with, maybe Sherrod plays a chamber. I think the positive aspect out of it for SRG to think about going into this game is that you don't have anybody that's playing like a hard anchor util Senti. What I'm talking about by that is there's no trips from a Cypher being played. There's no Razor Vines or a wall being up because there's no Vise technically that should be played on that side. So for SRG, if they're playing with a Neon on Donut, they don't necessarily need to go with the, oh crap, we got to find ways to break the wall in the util on that side. They could just dive and fight as heavy as they want to, just like they were attempting to do on Breeze previously. So I think it might still work out in terms of the outlook and the game plan that they might want to bring out here for SRG against Swimtrek on the second map, even if they might have to face, like, I don't know, triple duelist.
Yeah. And I mean, Vanitas and Noya got to kind of be that defensive shell for SRG, depending on what side they're starting on. I forgot which one, but Vanitas Vise has been usually really fantastic. But Noya, I mean, we've talked about in the pre-show how she really shines in these defensive roles. I think it's really hard for her on a map like Breeze, where the next player is like within a mile. It's very hard for Noya to get that very quick assistance. So unfortunately for her, she definitely tried to 1v4 at times and definitely got away with it against any other team. But Swimtrek, they're just different beasts and can kind of throw out all the ideas out the window and just go in guns blazing. And sometimes that was enough. Sometimes Sleepy Aria did, you know, go in by themselves and get punished. There was a bit of a tug of war between these two teams until Swimtrek finally ran away with that second half, only dropping 2 rounds, which was pretty crazy to say. Once they kind of settled into that first half, Swimtrek ran away with it.
Yeah, the fun part about that first map, though, for Sleepy Aria, even though it looked like they were the type of player that were getting caught a lot, they were playing that Neon a lot more like an initiator than the diver here for the team. They were throwing concusses, jumping all around as well as if it was old school Neon so that others could really go in and get for picks. So they were playing very selflessly on a slide here for Sleepy Aria. And looking at it this time around, as I talked about them usually not playing, a full anchor Senti, this time actually Bob is going to play the Vise. So a little bit of a change of aspect of look. You're still bringing out the ISO for Sherrod, which then means that Zoriental has to play smokes. And then basically you could consider this triple duelist because Zoriental is playing Clove and you're just going to smoke and run it down with your 2 other duelists. So this is going to be another interesting test for Alexis and Coach Googly to figure out how they could topple down this team for the second map.
Yeah, because you definitely don't see a Clove every day. Definitely not these days. So you basically almost have 3 duelists on Swimtrek's side. So I definitely think you could disrespect Noya's walls and just crash through it. But getting through Vanita's walls and like the Razor Vines and everything like that, you have to respect that. You will be slowed down. You could be isolated. So it'll be important for Swimtrek to still take their time to mark what is the sort of setup of Shopify Rebellion Gold and to find better pastures away from that Sentinel.
They start off on defense this time around as well for Shopify, which is a great aspect for them too, to be able to have Vanitas on his Vice and try to slow down the Swimtrek hit. Because that's the other thing too that's tough for Swimtrek, is because they don't really have, as I was talking before, no way for SRG, no way to break down Vice util, with this composition, which would have been a pain point for SRG going into the second half as well this time around too. So I think this naturally should be slowing down a little bit of the tempo for the attack side for both of these teams, because you have to play against a Vice specifically for both sides. So let's see how this pans out.
Bob was starting to show us a little bit of how they're self-sufficient on these lurks, like buying up a Marshall, holding down a lane by themselves, and really not pushing any buttons, or as in metaphorically, like just gets their one and isn't too greedy. And this is a player that used to play Raze and kind of explode into a site and kind of take care of business. And now Bob can kind of switch up that play style and be more of a sentinel or a lurk or be whatever the team needs. And that's why Bob has been such a boon to have on any roster, whether it's challengers, game changers, etc. And to play all of these roles, I mean, she's played everything under the sun, I feel like, at this point.
Yeah, but Swim Check right now, a big test for sure. Not only to see Bob as his vice, but how do they open up on their attack side too? Because they're not playing a Cypher, they're not playing a Viper. Their A side control is going to be very difficult to take, and their late lurks are going to be very hard to do as well. Which is why I think they're just going to pop.
All on Venture to get some of this information as the Prowler chasing someone back into Waterfall. Nothing hindering them initially. Not marking that Vice quite yet. There is a split towards B, and Sleepy-R is able to slow it down at the last second, making it probably pretty hard to place your crosshair on her in that moment. Allowing Sleepy-R to get those first two openers, and Vanitas is not going to have a second to breathe or to retake, because Sleepy-R is already infiltrating the defender spawn.
So hard right now for the last two players to retake, especially Donut at 16 HP, but we'll have to see. It's going to become an aim battle. Glowstick, unfortunately, will have to beat their teammates and try to retake this.
One enemy remaining.
It's just Swim Treg. I mean, on the attack, they go in so aggressively, and yeah, SRG have a little bit of safe space at times, but you can't even be safe behind your smoke, even inside of a smoke. Now Swim Trek taking that first pistol. And so now you give a chance for Sleepy-R to maybe buy a Bucky, or like, she loves her shotguns on these lower buys. And if she's got speed and she gets in your face, it's gonna be disastrous for SRG.
Love the look from Swintrite though when they open things up. As we talked about them being very fast and wanting to pop. You saw the mound control push everybody back towards that C side, double lurk towards that B main. So as you make the rotate very difficult for the players on that C side, open that door, 5-player hit towards B, boom, goes the dynamite. SRG can really hold it back. So Swim Trek, they're definitely gonna keep SRG on their toes every single one of these rounds.
Just a bandit and a dream for Vanitas. Nothing to slow this down. Glow stick, not even a paranoia. And hey, just holding the line. Vanitas good for one at least. That bandit is really hurt. Swim Trek is just all smooth sailing until, okay, wait, not enough damage into Donut. Glow stick gonna secure a lane, and even through the flash from Bob, Glow stick adjusts. Stolen away a rifle. Wait a minute, SRG and these thrifties, these lower buys, they can be scary and difficult to handle as Donut slips by. Absolutely. Wait a minute, Bob against two, one on the spike, definitely making noise. Not even shooting the spike diffuser, but still SRG will deal with it using teamwork.
Yeah, nice little answer back that they have on their side, but a little bit of miscomplacency coming out from Swim Trek, because when you realize here that they had good map control all over on that C side for the post plan, they just decide to all go up towards the middle of the site and fight towards Waterfall and just get out-dueled by a triple lineup that was already there from the side of SRG. So good, at least on the defensive side, to play far back, play soft, play retake as a team, and just punish Swim Trek going on to that one. So that's going to hurt them a little bit. But with that double plant that they've had in the last two rounds, it allows here for Bob to go for still a hero rifle. It'll be a Guardian to try to open up the A site while the rest of them are still trying to force the rotate by pressuring towards C.
The 2 bullets in the ISO eventually falls as SRG, they just pile in to this mound, and Swim Trek are trying to line it up, but they just can't. At least they escape with the spike, but just barely. 14 HP for Venture. As Bob would like to venture towards A and scares back Vanitas, but that is going to be a factor and a problem that they address. And now leaving the whole left side of the map open, Swim Trek can't afford to wait.
Gotta call yourself lucky here that you didn't throw your life away by jump spawning at that spot. You literally have a wall already there covering that spot, and the door's never been broken. So you already know where the hit's gonna be coming from no matter what. They lost their lives. That would have been around here for Swim Trek that you're going to be angry as a coach here for the side of SRG. Thankfully, though, they all group up now and they could go for this punish into Breakable.
enemy
the
remaining.
lineup, and oh, Venture's only 14 HP, and Donut getting speedy and finding success. We've been wanting to see some consistency out of the Neon, out of the duelist for SRG, and from a Thrifty to now another round, hey, SRG can build up the lead. We have no doubt they can do that. They did that on Breeze, but it's the swim track adaptation that keeps you on the edge of your seat.
Fast hit, 5 players for Swimtrade this time towards the A site. They're trying to maybe go for a smoke paranoia and go for rubble control for SRG, but let's see if they can hold this back. It's a drop smoke too.
Want to keep your distance from Sleepy Aria too with the Judge, and we'll see how she adjusts and kind of uses her team as bait. But SRG still have now all been floored on this lane. Swim Trek vanquish those forces. Gonna manage to get the spike down. It's up to Noya and Vanitas. Not too much in their back pocket. And now you have to be careful with every step you take, because you know Swim Trek, they're aggressive. They like to extend out of the site. Look for those solo opportunities. Noya and Vanitas stepping into the middle. Vanitas, I mean, not even a look away from Noya. That's how much trust she has in Vanitas. Now into Tree.
One enemy remaining.
Here's Sleepy Aria, and it gives a moment for Venture to backstab Vanitas, as Noya is definitely in a pickle. Not having any time, but kind of able to get Sleepy Aria low, but Venture will not let Noya stabilize.
And right now, Sharad has been a pain point for the last 2 rounds in terms of opening for SRG to try to hold their defensive line, and has also been a pain point for the last time these two teams played against each other. Sharad was top fragging as an ISO for Swimtrek Blue against SRG on this map pick that allowed Swimtrek to win this map as well. I think it was a 13-6 scoreline going into this one. So SRG, they really have to figure out here how they could play against this ISO. They've already had the experience against it in the past, but this time it's not only on just the ISO, it's a 5-player hit every single time. Now you're seeing that they're reacting by playing this a little bit more passively and trying to play the crossfire with Donuts off.
Man, Sleepy Aria's fighting their demons over there. And okay, still an opener for Swim Trek. Be a good cutoff here for Alexis. And okay, gets claimed by the kill contract. Walls come crashing down, and Trod just can't lose. All up to Vanitas by themselves to buy time for those defenders to rotate back in. He's just trying to be careful, using the flash. No time to react or to shoot back. As Noya takes a peek and goes in solo, is rewarded, but Zoriental ults, dies again. So SRG, it's just layer after layer. They have to peel back, and Swim Trek can now just really fall back to their line and to safety. It's SRG that are forced out into the open.
One enemy
and
remaining.
into the hands of Swim Trek, who could just swing on them at a moment's notice. And there it is.
It's just becoming so beautiful here for Swimtrek Blue in terms of the 5-player hits. Really no way to answer it back. Maybe you could try to go and play some sort of like C's to really keep them at bay, but having Sharad at the forefront with the double tap is just so hard to deal with right now for SRG. But you had to utilize 2 big ults to exit towards that A side. Maybe even 3 going if you get a count on Zoriental for the pulse plant. But that really took all the information that was needed here for Swimtrek Blue to really take that round away here from the side of SRG. Now you're stuck with a pistol round. This should be another round easily here for Swim.
Now a Steel Garden could be an easy pop. You've already drawn SRG into your grasp, but hey, Donut is fighting back with everything she has. It has done good initial damage, but is the fear factor not enough? I mean, Sharad will look directly into the Eclipse if needed. And now Swim Trek wait for the moment that the wall drops. What SRG have planned, and it's really not much when you got pistols.
Not gonna lie, I think what I like to see from SRG on a defense is to have somebody pull out an Odin. Just start spraying with the Odin on where you could fight with, from break room over towards the orb, from revolving door towards main. Just try to get rid of that double tap as soon as possible and just fight back with the rest in terms of that util that you save for that right after. I think that might give you a chance rather to fight against the aggression that's currently coming out from Swimtrek.
like a Sherrod just maintains tempo and that fast tempo that you kind of need with an ISO, or just to shake up the SRG structure. Like to not let Glowstick, because okay, they were kind of warming up. They were grabbing a rifle within the smoke. They hit the ISO with the paranoia, but Sherrod was still able to fire back and not let Glowstick pull off an insane clutch if that were to happen. Now forcing already a round 7 timeout for SRG.
Yeah, and again, I think it's on Googly to figure something out here against Swimtrack. 5-player hits. Once they're like, okay, well, this timeout, will they start pivoting back into a 5-player hit towards that C side like they did on rounds 1 and 2? They're still going to gamble here from the looks of it that they're going to try to fight towards this A site first. But what type of util could you really do? I think right now, at least, that position from Glowstick could be quite nice. Because if that continues to move forward, they could probably go for the instant paranoia right into the main, so they could actually start inserting Donut into that rubble. So C's from Alexis, flash into paranoia, get Donut in there with a relay bolt, and crunch in to fight. I think they're going back into like, okay, well, the breeze way of like after the timeout, fight against the pressure that comes out on the attack, and hopefully they could close that to bring that that confidence back on their side.
And just my impression of Breeze, SRG don't seem like a team that really rely on ops and outlaws. We saw one outlaw, saw that the ISO kind of ruined that idea, and then you haven't really seen that purchase ever since. But SRG can be that running gun team, but this rubble fight didn't go their way last time. Maybe a different setup. The ideal. Well, the wall's crossing over. Swimtrack just like to wait. They take their time. One step. Donut will check at breakable. Glowstick still has a paranoia to throw into the mix, but the steel garden from Swimtrack flushes SRG out to the open, and that's where they seem to thrive. Donut with a huge double kill, but wait a minute. Venture matches blow for blow. And Venture's sometimes been able to turn around these odds when all seems to be gone. But 1v3, Spike on the other side of the world. This is pretty impossible.
That was an insane chaotic round, though, for both of those teams. I liked here from SRG. They did utilize the C's overall towards main, but they used a relay bolt to actually just stall towards orb, wait for the little cap to fall off, and then just fight. They were kind of forced, though, with the ult from Bob to really try to press forward and fight behind the Viper wall from Noya. But she threw a perfect snake bite on that ground,
30 seconds
not
left.
allowing Swimtrack Blue to push and fight back through the Viper wall instead. And then that allowed here SRG to just catch a lot of players off guard. So Bob about to get backstabbed this time around by Vanitas. And this should be a round coming in for SRG. So off the timeout, no aggression to fight pound for pound, but to just try to contain a little bit more from their own
10
util.
seconds left.
Yeah, round kind of cooked there, and it was kind of a nice attempt.
I have to see, though, if Swimtrack will try to change their style a little bit going into the next round, too. But I don't think so with a Nightfall available. I think that should still allow here for Swimtrack to bust their way towards the entrance of the revolving door and go back to that same ult that they had towards the A side that caught Vanitas a couple of rounds ago, where Vanitas is currently sending towards that C site at least, but they lack numbers here over on the A site as the bear is about to drop.
Yeah, and it was a nice idea, Bob, with that steel garden. Try to make SRG uncomfortable, to play on Swimtrack's terms, but mechanically SRG are starting to match Swimtrack in that moment and to take a rubble fight when otherwise it did not go their way. And someone who's really starting to step up to the plate is Donut. Smoke dissipates. He almost caught the head there of Venture. It's a steel garden this time from the defense. Forces Swimtrack back to spawn, but there's a Viper's Pit waiting for them on that side. So we'll see if Venture's Nightfall will be the end-all be-all for Swimtrack.
This is dangerous going into this because there's a Vice Roll and a Flash Q to fight against that. They should still be able to stall this on the side of SRG.
Oh, Noya tried to escape and just hesitated, eventually gets found, and Swimtrack taking it one goal at a time. But Sleepy Aria overheated a bit getting to the back. And the rest, especially Alexis with that double kill, stabilizes the team. Unfortunately for them, Bob still has the spike, and now this is a lot more doable for her.
Yeah, especially now that she can move into the A site for a plant and get the element of surprise here
30
on her
seconds left.
repositioning. But this time around too, I like the entry from Sleepy Aria. It's just, as I mentioned before, that vice wall that was left behind by Vanitas made the rest of the team behind Swim Trek couldn't really get into the C site to fight. Now this wall is going to activate too to give Bob an even better chance for winning this round.
It's not really a spot you would expect Bob to be in, and ideally wants to have the two lined up because at 41 HP is very tradable. And look,
Oh no.
can they actually get in before the door closes? They do.
One enemy
And
remaining.
an easy backstab, but wait, the smoke is up and Glowstick has the
Oh.
element of surprise,
This
but no!
world will
Bob,
know my name.
Red Bull clutches for Swim Track.
Again, that's what I'm talking about. The pressure here is really showing for SRG, and his mistakes are showing. Right now, the wall gets perked up, and it allows here for Bob to reposition, but at the same time, you see Alexis is trying to catch up here to Glowstick, saying, hey, let me come into you so we can double up. So Bob has full information of where the two players are at. At the same time, we have a full kit for Alexis, but we're trying to utilize all of it to try to just retake the A side. Hell, you had a Nightfall to overtake the A side already, so the Prowlers could have been used on the left side instead of before opening the door. So it was a little bit of a missed call and misusage of util on that 1 versus 2 because they felt the pressure of the time against them after the spike got planted. And now Alexis at least has money to work with the team. They're going to try to fight towards this B main.
Trada's 1-0. Last kill contract, and the ink hits the paper. It's another one down. As Swim Trek now quickly cut into C, using that ISO wall and infiltrate. Here comes Vanitas, put a stop to this, but after being spotted, now 24 HP, a Prowler their way. They're gonna repeat this, but now feeling confident that Donut at least form that high-low with them. 2 also stand at Waterfall, and there's just this storm of bullets into SRG. 4, oh
Spike
wait.
down, C.
Okay, the delayed swing works out for SRG's retake. The Swim Trek play towards Mound because they never planted, so they can change their mind. They have 40 seconds, but on the chase is Dodonut, who maybe was a little too eager for that one.
Now you can sell a fake towards that C side, push towards the A side for a plant. It's really
30
nice for
seconds
Swimcheck
left.
to think on the
One
fly
enemy
here with the
remaining.
time remaining, especially with that kill. Holy crap, is he looking good here for Swimcheck. They are breaking ankles of SRG on a defensive line so far.
And it was a nice kind of push and
Spike
pull
planted.
when SRG were kind of doubling up on 2 angles, and they were getting so much pressure, or they were getting pressured. And SRG was still able to form a decent retake, but chasing Swim Trek with no information, running into Mound, dying, and then the repeat from Swim Trek, they get another pick. It's just Swim Trek being really good at closing things out, even when they're at deficits.
And it's crazy to me so far here. We're looking at Swimcheck for the last two maps even. First map was Breeze when he played solo Viper and still were able to get such good value on the attack side when they shouldn't because you lack smokes to exit. This time around for Swimcheck, you're playing a 3-sided map with a Clove that doesn't have full map control on smokes, yet you're still having a 6-3 lead so far just because you're overpowering your opponents.
And a little bit of a slowdown, and this is that Vise wall that it could absolutely ruin Swim Trek. And doesn't slow down Sleepy Aria one bit. The Bucky breaks through, the rest of Swim Trek
Chaos.
follows suit, and this is just a bloodbath. And somehow, Sleepy Aria, the first one in, the last one standing. And is just fearless. Is going in with the ult. Lets everybody know
No
where
way!
she is. And Alexis loses that.
Bro, come on, Aria.
Oh my god, an absolute monster. And now Noya is left as the lone wolf, and at least she has the advantage of knowing where Sleepy Aria last was.
That's the biggest thing too, and he even has this position on top B. Oh my god.
Try that again. I dare you.
Nah, Sleepy Aria is just a go. There's no way. Another Red Bull clutch from Swim Trek.
First off, hats off to Prezi and to KC, our observers for today, to be able to follow the action on the chaos that just happened on that C site, because they just crunched in, speaking of SRG, from the Vice wall to the front B site, and they had perfect trades despite being on an eco. Unfortunately, you have Sleepy Aria with an overdrive running around the map, and then out of finger guns, all good. I got a rifle. Let me jump a spot for a kill. Kill one midair, close range there into the front of that
Spike's
C
here.
site, and just win the 1v1 against Noya. Right now, it's just Swimcheck are just basic. This is Rankers GC style. Rankers 2.0 and GC style, man. This is not Envy. This is Rankers, and they're playing it to perfection.
It's the mechanics. I don't know. Also, just Sleepy Arya putting the immortal cape on. I can't believe it. Just getting in, getting walled off from the team, still living. But wait a minute. Triple swing. Prowler spotting SRG at Mound. And this is tough. The SRG poke their heads out like moles. And Swimtrick just dig them out. There's still 2 left. Donut a lot on her plate, choosing the duel carefully, playing the mind games until Venture steps forth and addresses the issue. Now there's a lot of issues on the SRG side. Alexis solo on C, but I think it's Vanitas that could be visited, but is playing towards spawn, and Alexis gets a chance to backstab.
They get good info though. They know at least that Vanitas is playing A site, so they're rotating. Jimmy coming from there. Good trade off, but it's a 1v1.
Spike down B.
So many. Oh, that's not where that was supposed to go, but there is so many rounds that have been determined by 1v1s. A lot more of those times, Swimtrek have been able to clutch it out. Now on the edge of that Steel Garden, Alexis is unaffected. Bob versus Alexis, and oh yeah, now we're shooting bodies back. Oh,
I love it. I love it. Which is why I was like, okay, we're playing with confidence on one end for Swimtrek Blue, but now we're playing with way too much confidence. You're on a 1v1 off the plant here for Bob. You have a Steel Garden available from that plant. Yet you want to preemptively pop it instead of waiting for Alexis to rotate across, play the tap information, play the time into your favor, play basically Alexis in your hands. And then unfortunately now that you ult, you also lose control of where Alexis could have rotated from, and you lose that fight. So definitely you come back with a vengeance here for Alexis to answer the way that she did after the winning that 1v1, because SRG are definitely not going to let Swimtrek run away with this game if you're going to allow for them to take these rounds for SRG. A freebie is given, they'll maybe even double take it. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a 7-5 scoreline for SRG in this last round.
Swimtrek, though, giving a lot of respect in the early round to this Rubble fight, because SRG have had some really nice setups around Glowstick. Dodonut changes her playstyle. It feels like every round, just from being aggressive to jump spotting to getting in your face solo to having a team around her, and Swimtrek have had solid reads. Identify those weaknesses. Kill contract number 3. And it's a 3rd one under the belt, man. Shroud is just built different. Those openers, very heavily in favor of Swimtrek, even from Breeze, and I could see it being the same way on Lotus. The series will not be going much further if SRG don't start responding. As Donut tries to amp up, Sleepy Arya trying to mitigate the storm, and even through the chaos of a Steel Garden, Sleepy Arya is good for 1. Doubling the numbers now of SRG. It's clutch or kick. It's Vanitas against the world. But at 32 HP, regen armor there at least. Hearing Venture around, spotting the haunt, hearing the door. It's panic, and it's not a good enough flick on the second. 8-4 for Swimtrek.
A very nice try though on that first tap, and realizing where the positions could be on that 1 versus 2, and a beautiful 1 first kill there from Vanitas, but unfortunately wasn't quick enough for that second kill at the end. So I was talking about a 7-5 scoreline, but it ends up being 8-4 because of the ult from Sharad that instantly takes on Glowstick. Glowstick dying also doesn't allow for the paranoia ult flood to happen here for the side of SRG. So that was a crucial piece of utility that was taken away from that ult, and that was that winning condition out for the side of Swimtrek Blue that allowed for them to close out that first half with a lot of confidence. Now, second half continues with confidence. We're about to have 4 players run down towards that A line to fight, and then once they realize that there's no pressure on that side, instantly break the door and maybe fight towards this front B main.
Find you.
Swimtrek on attacking sides are insane. There's no other way, because they only dropped 2 rounds on Breeze. They only dropped 4 here on Lotus. Now they're on defense. It's Now the Vise wall triggered. Okay, Vanitas left behind, can watch the B-Link door, maybe? I don't know. This 4-person walk down towards spawn. To SRG, been hearing it.
Are you kidding me?
Does not care. 3 with the classic. And Sleepy Arya put to bed at last. But SRG, they try to match it. Vanitas in a 1v1. And it still ends Swimtrek's favor. But the fact that you get a 3K from Swimtrek and it still came down to a 1v1 is pretty crazy.
Yeah, exactly. At least there's that in terms of fight for the side of SRG, but 3 right-click classic that gets full value is crazy also from the side of Bob.
Now we win.
Usually right now it's good for like a 1, maybe a second, but for all 3 to land instantly, that's like what, 9 bullets plus like a 3 tap that she utilized for that 3rd kill. That was crazy stuff that just happened there on the eco round for the pistol round for Swimtrek. Despite it coming down to a 1v1, it's still a round that came in for Swimtrek. It's still a pistol round on their side, and it's still a lot of confidence for them to close out this map in a 2-0 fashion in favor of Swimtrek Blue. No upsets maybe this time around as well, because there are RGC1 champs, and SRG comes in with a new roster in this new year.
To do it without their IGL, speaking of Swimtrek, is really impressive as well. And big ups to Sleepy Arya and everyone who's vocally contributing to the success of this team, especially against like a very formidable team. But wait, SRG got a plant, holding it down, now escaping away from the upcoming util. Good retaliation for SRG on these lower buys. On pistols, SRG can pull off the but the 2-tap on the judge. The Sleepy Arya special, you just can't deny it.
No.
Alexis in a 1v2, she's angry. She's already, well, at least she's having fun shooting bodies, but is anyone shooting Alexis' body? No, okay, we're good for now. But double digits now for Swimtrek.
Yeah, they're just gonna win. They're just gonna let the round speak for themselves here for Swimtrek. That said, though, you're looking at it here too as well for Swimtrek. Yes, they're playing with that on IGL, and you just made me think of like, this is basically GC Sentinels, right? They don't have John Cutie IGLing. Let's bring in Zoriental as our Marved, and let's just still win the round here against Cloud9, basically, right? So this is good stuff from Swimtrek. And despite us talking about here the shoot bodies here, this is still fun and games. Remember, Alexis and Bob used to be old teammates from the side of Cloud9 White back in the days, and it's always going to be a little bit of banter in the end. But again, as I mentioned before, they're going to let the round speak for themselves for Swimtrek Blue. 10-4 is our scoreline, continuing to go for a 4-1 open round after round on the defense.
Be a good fighting opportunity too for Bob. There's a flash at that corner, but orb farming, opener farming as well. Is SRG, this is how you want to start off a round. That first rifle round has to be a convert if you want any chances of coming back into Lotus and for this series. And dominoes fall on Swimtrek's side. SRG have not been traded out yet. Here comes Venture to try and greet the hero rifle towards the site, hoping to wrap around, and Bosick wasn't ready. And the turn and burn and almost the 3rd. Venture is so crazy with these multi-kills. I just can't believe it every time. But unfortunately, despite their effort, Bob is still left in the, unfortunately, very familiar situation of a 1v3. And has to defuse, so.
Well, at least there's a weapon that she could pick up. Besides not to pick it up.
There's one towards Swan. That's maybe a safer one to get.
I mean, that's a judge. I wouldn't go get that one. I would prefer to get that
Sleepy
Guardian.
Arya's judge, though. That she's gonna want that.
Who got denied right away for that round, right? So that's the thing too. I like it. You're seeing Bob. She's probably just gonna die to spike here or just try to find exits, which is nice because I think at this point the door is gonna open up and she could maybe surprise 2 players here. So as this unravels, the round still comes in for SRG. But I do like and want to point out the walls that was utilized here by Noya on this A side. It looks very basic from the looks of it when you look at the minimap, but usually if you're looking at your ranked games, it's like, oh, why is our Viper put in this wall and it's not covering towards heaven? Right? Look at how she's slicing that area. So she's blocking the field of view from where the Vice is currently positioned, where Bob is at. So Bob can't really jump spot on that side. You really can't get a vision from the staircase or from breakable door. But most importantly, what gave them value, it didn't allow for the judge of Sleepy Arya to play that spot, because as the wall goes up, you can't really move forward, because if you move forward, the tip of your gun is sticking out, and you can already get instantly punished. It allows for them to go for a little bit more of a surprise walk-in and easier clear towards the close angles without forcing a Prowler to give away their positions from SRG.
Worry about SRG not taking a lot of space. Maybe, you know, huddling up, going for the turtle strat. Unfortunately, the shell gets cracked already. Swimtrek were like starting to walk towards spawn, and if you let them get too happy, you just know Sleepy Arya will come charging towards spawn like she's done before. But hey, SRG gonna have to make do without the Nightfall, which is a huge bummer and a huge win condition for them. We'll now have to clear the sites the hard way. Now a Steel Garden is what's pushing this solo lurk of Vanitas, and maybe that's a silver lining for SRG to not have to worry about that anymore.
This allows for them to get a plant in, but they're still at a player disadvantage here this time around for SRG. No big ults coming out with the plant either, and unfortunately Donut's trying to find space in the first place to try to make it a 3 versus 3. Big, high risk, high reward play, but unfortunately it is not rewarded for that, so now it's 2 players trying to hold down the line in the post plant.
I like the attempts, but Noya, finding the gaps, but Swimtrek forming more gaps in the bodies of others. That gets them up to 11. And at this point, I don't know if SRG can keep their heads above water. Sometimes it's just coming down to these gunfights that more often than not are being converted by Swimtrek.
Yeah. Well, right now they're also getting the same type of punishing that they did on Breeze before, especially when they're playing the defensive side. As Swimtrek are trying to add a lot of pressure on different extremities, either on attack on Breeze or on defense on Lotus here, they're still capitalizing on a lot of first bloods against SRG. And SRG so far doesn't really know how Swimtrek are kind of opening this, because now this is the second time that they're running a 4-1 setup on the Seaside Mound, and SRG is only going to be the second time that they see it. So they're still playing in the unknown so far. They have to keep guessing every single time. Oh, now at least a haunt helps. That spots so many players, and look at the instant pivot from everybody from SRG over on the A site.
Okay, this is the type of tempo up could really catch Swimtrek off guard, and that's first blood for Noya. Nobody left to defend. Okay, Donut's gonna try her hand again at extending out to sea. Having the leveraged position could catch Swimtrek off guard, but they know that there's been time for SRG to come up with a plan, and oh wait, backs are shown. Donut only gets one. Noya's turn against the kill contract and make that, what is it, 4 or 5? You can just stop counting. Shurat just converts every single ult.
6, 7.
And at this point, yeah, probably. Probably. I didn't want to say you did, and now we can watch the rest of this round be less funny for SRG. But this is 2 versus 2, but Sleepy Arya is gonna get her kill stolen by Zoriental's shorty. So, okay, match point, series point for Swimtrek.
Which is fine. It worked out because it was a Steel Garden that was utilized, by Vanitas on the post plan, so they had no weapons to work with. So props as well to Sleepy Arya to have that overdrive to utilize to counter on the lack of weaponry and closing that gap to allow a 2v1 on SRG. So yeah, this is hard to look at, hard to watch. I love the position from Donut. She almost had the surprise kill onto 3 players, but the 3rd player, that was Donut, that flicks in quick enough to save her teammates. Even if she broke the shield of Sharad going into the ult, Sharad still wins the fight against Noya because Noya only had a Guardian too. So just a lot of like little things that makes it very unlucky for SRG into every single one of these fights, because the macro of that previous round was actually quite clean for SRG to move into the A site. It started off with a beautiful haunt from Alexis in the first place. But I think it comes down to what you're mentioning as well, Lemon Kiwi. When it comes down to these fights, when it comes down to the aggression and the floods from Swimtrek, there's just too much firepower on their side that is not evenly matched by SRG so far.
And I feel a lot of times Swimtrek are just straight up outnumbering them, whether it's they're walking towards spawn together, just how they're grouping up. And I think SRG, despite getting first blooded a lot, they bring these rounds down to like 1v1s, 2v2s when Venture gets a triple kill, when Sharad converts every kill contract, when Sleepy Arya is sliding in with a judge and pops 3. SRG haven't been flawless. I don't think so this map, or at least it hasn't felt like it. So there's always a bit of a fight left in SRG. And I never feel like they're defeated until that 13 hits, or whatever scoreline we're gonna get. I don't know if overtime's in the cards, especially with the buy that we have on SRG's side.
Look at this, trying to punish off the Prowler. Undercut. And Arya is trying to not to push forward here because they only have a judge. So at the end of the day, they don't want to get their positions out. They're still in a great surprising spot. SRG trying to slow things down after the timeout. Here comes a big fight very soon.
SRG, it's really do or die now. Any mistake costs them the series. Still expecting them to have a top seed, but this is going to be a juggernaut that you're going to face in playoffs. If the road still leads you there. Bob delayed swing. Vanita's looking the wrong way. The rest smoked off, all things disoriental. And okay, bit of a whiff. And SRG putting a lot of pressure on the Sentinel. Now, not really wanting to commit to C, deciding to teleport all the way to A with the spike.
That is crazy. The gamble to TP towards the A side, and it works out in their favor. Alexis cuts to rotate as well, and they have a chance to fight into the post plant and stay alive for SRG.
Oh, is Oriental E-sub number 2 gonna get another life? And so they will. That's disastrous, especially your IGL not being in this last round, but it's taken so much time for SwimTrek to run over to this side. SRG make this path difficult as SwimTrek. Now they have to race in. Here's the flood. You hear the shotguns. Donut facing it front and center. One down, couple more to go. It's just Glowstick that has to prevent the defuse. And Shroud is 1 HP. Easy to do. Quick taps.
Beautiful.
And not enough time. What a clutch for Glowstick. And like you said, the risk to go to the other side of the world by themselves pulls out the win for SRG.
And those were the moments why, again, I was mentioning how Glowstick was so good for SwimTrek Blue previously in stage 1. The clutch scenarios that they were able to bring up to the table to allow SwimTrek to just squeak through a couple of rounds and just have such a prominent run going into the main event of the GC stage 1 presented by Verizon. So works out this time around too. Makes up for their mistake, because when you look at the entrance that they had, the entry that they attempted towards that seaside, they actually flashed Donut sliding through and just broke away here the synergy that they were trying to create to enter towards that seaside. Thankfully, they saved the round by that TP, they get the clutch, and SRG is still in the fight.
They have to double your score, and an uphill battle is turned into a mountain climb at this point, but SRG, if they could have Dodonut with all the lights on and a crazy overdrive, getting first blooded isn't the start that SRG wanted at all. And that's a deep Vice wall too that they have to trip up. That's such a big notice for SwimTrek. And SRG haven't really had the time to kind of work the map slowly, because SwimTrek don't really let them play slowly.
And it's a solo lurk from Vanitas to even peek into the B site. I mean, fair, because of the consistent 4-1 opens that I was mentioned before for the side of SwimTrek. They're trying their hand to try to find a gap in that spot, but unfortunately loses that fight. Big flash that comes out, and Bob gets punished for it. So again, full confidence coming out from the side of SwimTrek that gets fully punished for it. So I'm gonna give a chance here. Another opening for SRG to get the round.
30 seconds left.
Coming in, guns blazing, and SRG just wiped the floor with SwimTrek. It's where pressure makes diamonds. But there is a shotgun, and that star could be dimmed. Sleepy Arya will best the other Neon. And the retake, it delayed. Not a lot of times. Sleepy Arya has to also be in range for a Bucky, and Alexis can hide, but cannot run away from a Neon. And oh my god!
No!
There's no way! This is how this ends! At the hands of Sleepy Arya, an absolute demon wins Lotus for SwimTrek.
Win.
Hello Reddit, hello highlight reel from Sleepy Arya that's going to be posted at some point because of what just happened there. What a crazy way to end that series for 2 shenanigan rounds on that second map of Lotus that was presented by none other than Sleepy Arya. What an insane way to close out that series, and what an insane way for SwimTrek. I'm pretty sure those comms are just going to be all laughters and giggles as they just dominated SRG for the second time around.
No words. I don't think there are many words, but hey, to the credit of SRG, this was the toughest test that they were going to have so far in Swiss, because now they've dealt with the appetizer. Now the real deal has been Swim Trek, who take the 2P win, even with these moving pieces against SRG without their IGL. The talent is there, and that talent, Swim Trek, will be 3-0 and will be fighting for the #1 seed. And up next, we have more game changers around the corner, and also an interview maybe if we grab somebody, so don't go anywhere.
Or admin, I'm in the thingy, the interview.
Dando fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá dando fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Changers presented by Verizon. Wow, what a series we have. What an ending. What an ending.
I'm still trying to
Shout
digest it.
I know. Shout out to Sleepy Aria creating content, creating these amazing clips, and for Swim Trek to remain undefeated. And to join us for our Verizon post-match interview is none other than the ISO GOAT, Sherrod, joining us. Of course, Chamber as well. You know, just the all-time GOAT player. And here they are. Sherrod, congratulations on the win today. A lot of ink to paper on these kill contracts. And most importantly, defeating SRG again. So how did it feel getting the two-peat?
Honestly, kind of just some slight. Just got off work and then got into the match like normal. So.
All right, so just another Tuesday pretty much for you, Sherrod. But at the same time, though, you had to face against your old teammate in Glowstick. Did that hurt you a little bit to have to win so convincingly in this series against your ex-teammate?
Yeah, definitely. Just had to put him down because he's a traitor and he left us. So had to show him what he's missing out on now.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, talk to me about how your team was able to assemble like the Avengers without your IGL and all these moving pieces. Was that stressful? Was you could just play with anyone? How was it preparing for this match with all these variables?
Honestly, at 4 o'clock, we were kind of scrambling to find a fill, and then we found Zori today, and Zori did great. Raidiant sub 2 was looking really clean today in the server, so that was really good for us. And then, I mean, honestly, like, even though we don't have an IGL, it's just whoever calls an idea, we kind of just all go with it, because our ideology is, like, if you're on a team and someone says something, just do it and then review after, because we all want to be on the same page always, and just no hesitation, just getting the job done.
I think that was the important thing too as well, Sherrod, is that there was no hesitation there at all in terms of how you've decided to take your fights. How do you decide to trade off each other, especially with Sleepy Aria just running around the way that they did, especially on like Seaside execs, disregarding the Vice wall, leaving all of you behind, and suddenly you still come in and trade and still make it doable here for the side of Suntrap Blue to win this game. So for Sleepy Aria, I mean, speaking for them, that's got to be a vibe with how they were moving around the map on this Neon today.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, every time like we're in a smoke or something, I'm like, yo, Aria, get out there for me. And I don't even have to think twice because I know Aria's just going to start jumping around and doing their thing.
and that they did. And now you also, you know, you have this two-peat now, I'd like to say, against SRG, because even the first time around when you defeated Shopify Rebellion Black, I gotta say it wasn't really that close. It was still a 3-1 victory for you guys, but when you actually won those maps, it was also very one-sided too. So going in now into the Swiss stage, into the main event, and now also having your sights into the main LAN event for the finals in September in LA, is that going to be a goal that's going to be easily attainable for you right now to this day as you've just defeated SRG one more time?
I mean, yeah, we kind of been already talking like we're going to be at the land. It's like
nice.
Something's already expected for us. So we just all keep making plans for when we're in LA and then hoping to make it to wherever the international land's going to be at.
Trying to find your KBBQ spot, right?
Yeah, essentially.
That's awesome.
Yeah, just make sure you get some time off work. I know you're getting off work, beating all the good teams. You know, make sure you make time for the LAN and whatnot. But yeah, let's talk about who you could expect at the LAN, or at least who are the top dogs in Game Changers. Because you took down one of them. There's still FlyQuest and Axel Otto that are undefeated. There's some other goats like Sen Otters and C9 and other ones. Who do you have the most respect for when it comes to Game Changers this stage?
I don't know. To be honest, I don't really think about it too much. I kind of just show up on game day and do my thing because, like, I'm just, you know, I just live my life and I work and do my thing. So, like, I try not to think about it too much because I don't like to get in my own head. And, you know, I just try to have confidence in what I do and knowing that if I practice and do my stuff, that it doesn't really matter who we're playing against, really.
Hey, I like that. Keep it simple, run in, kill everyone, go back to work. I love that life, and we get to sit here and watch it. Absolute cinema, and what a way to close out that series. Thank you so much for the interview, Sherrod, and congratulations on potentially being #1 seed going forth, and hopefully you guys make the LAN.
Thank you.
GG, my friend.
GG.
Wow. I
love
love
it.
game changers. I love game changers. I don't know. It's just everyone, the personalities, the talent, the mechanics, and the fun also don't stop because we have another series around the corner. Catface versus Revitalize. We're going to visit the bottom side of the standings of Vancilli to see kind of how everyone's clawing their way back from an unfortunate start to Swizz.
That's it. Both of them at 0-2 so far, and hopefully, well, at least the good news is one of them is going to come out the victor this time around. But a tough game, I got to say, for Catface going on to that. We'll have a chance to talk about before we get into the first map, and that will be happening after the break, so don't go anywhere.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
back, everyone, to Game Changers presented by Verizon. We've got series number dos on the table. And speaking of dos, both these teams are 0-2, and they're going to be looking for their first win today. And I think this is going to be very achievable because I'm really excited for this one. We have Catface versus Revitalize. And both these teams had a tough schedule to start off our Swiss stage.
And Lemon Kiwi is also now known as Dora the Explorer, as today we've learned how to count in Spanish from 0 to 2.
Hey,
well
two languages. Two languages. Don't make me start with French.
I'll join you on the French, but no.
Oh, hey.
I mean, we've had an interesting series in the first off today for SRG against Swim Trick Blue. 2-0 that we had on the side of Swim Trick Blue for that victory to be 3-0C. But these two teams now are definitely looking for the first one moving forward. But for one end here, one team that's a little bit less known is going to have to be revitalized going into that roster. Overall, though, for me, also an unknown team, which is why they all only have their logos on their faces. But also, most importantly, is they've played previously under just the Team Revenge through the open/closed qualifier. And the reason why, before we went to break Lemon Kiwi, I said that this game was still going to be a very tough game for Catface, was that they were looking unstoppable on their regular opening and closed qualifiers. I think they've only dropped 2 maps overall. They've played 4 maps, but they've been undefeated on maps like Haven, on Ascent. They're leveraging a lot of the double duelists on that side, but mainly a lot around a Jet. So they have a Jet 1 trick going on into the roster too. And you know what it's like when it comes down to like Jet 1 tricks to play in like a puggy scenario, for lack of better word, or to try to dumb it down a little bit and going into the basics. Because, for example, if you've seen Zoriental just pug it out with the rest of the teams earlier on for Swim Trek on Breeze as a Jet, and she's put down some insane numbers. Imagine now going into, the 0-2 fight that we have currently for Revitalized GC.
Yeah. Saying OTP, one trick, such a dirty word. I like to say like master. I like to say the master of an agent.
Okay,
the master of one.
Fine.
That sounds way more aura than anything else. And the player I'm looking out for on that revitalized squad has to be Scaredy. I feel like they live and they die by the Scary. They either go 0-5 in First Bloods, or they absolutely carry the team. And when they went up against Shopify Rebellion Gold, this team pulled off a 13-10 loss. Like, they actually were very, very close to beating SRG until they stole it away in the end. So I think there's some serious potential in the revitalized squad. But one team that I don't think has realized their full potential is this Catface squad, which you look at the names on this roster, this should not be a team that is 0-2 right now, because they face the Spiders, which is Bunny B, Nora, Cal Sushi, etc. But so maybe that loss is understandable, but they also lost to SAD, which is consisting of a lot of newer players, and they kind of choked on their map 3, 19-17, like the longest OT we've had in Game Changers this stage. So I'm surprised to see Catface in this position.
Yeah, it was a brawl that they had to in their loss, but I think at the same time, the Spider just recently, even today, got a win against Cloud9 GC in a 2-0 fashion. So yeah, they're definitely another team going into the Swiss stage that's not to be messed with. So to see Catface in an 0-2 scenario so far in the Swiss stage is unfortunate, but it also has a reason behind that. The competition, ever since we've seen like SRG kind of like drop down into like the rest of the pack right now, it's really up for grabs who could really move forward, and that competition continues to stay close. But the focus on Catface, definitely, I do agree with you that they should definitely be higher right now and regarded higher than where they're currently at, because they've also had the deepest run that they've had, making it to the main event of GC in the first one of this year as well. Unfortunately, they lost 0-2 in the upper bracket, 0-2 to Senators when they got to eliminate at the same time in the lower bracket as well. So they still were able to get a stepping stone and to continue to build bricks under their foundations to look like a strong team, and hopefully eventually get picked up if they can here moving later on into GC.
And one of my favorite players on this Catface squad has to be Raven. I've seen them compete in so many different games, and to be such a high-ranking player in so many FPS is so really impressive to me. And to also still frag out, like they dropped like 36 kills in their last series, and it's going to be a huge part of their success as that, I guess, primary duelist, as that Neon. Then you have Kestrel, who's kind of accompanying that, either as the Raze or the Phoenix. So this team, I think, has a lot of firepower and has a lot of experience, which I think could edge out Revitalize in kind of of dire moments where you have to adapt and you have to pivot off your game plan. And that's where like people like Elaborate have definitely been the backbone of a lot of squads that they've been on as that Sentinel player. And they look so like nice and innocent in their picture, but they're an absolute beast in the server. So I just love watching this Catface squad.
Yeah, and the fun part about Catface as well is that they're also putting a lot of practice, making sure that they're able to play really to the style of like a VCT team would play, implementing a harbor as well, where usually when you're looking at a team that or just in general, when you're looking at teams that try to play in the GCs and just like Sharad, for example, to just work, show up and play, you don't really have the hours to put into practice to be able to try to iron out the best way to play certain maps. But a team right now, like for example here, Catface, they do want to test it, which is why they're picking Summit as their second map. I love this so far. Our first chance, at least my first chance to be able to cast Summit. I've only been able to play it once in my ranked game so far because it never freaking pops up, but it's still a very fun map to look at. So it's cool here to see that a team like Catface not only wants to play a la VCT, but also wants to, are not afraid to cook things up in a brand new map.
And we also haven't seen Revitalize on Breeze yet. So them picking this is another curveball. So they're kind of different map pick. We have a new map that's going to be featured in Game Changers. I would have to check with admins if this is the first time we've seen it in any of the games. I know we're only in round 3 of Swiss, I believe. So, hey, this would be the biggest of curveballs to throw at a team like Revitalized, who I'm sure are still ironing out their strengths and weaknesses, because definitely it was a punch in the face to face SRG, but they were able to get back up. You know, they lost 13-1 in the first game against SRG, and then Revitalize came back in game 2 to lose 13-10, which sometimes losses get worse and worse when you have a really bad one.
Exactly. And sometimes when you're trying to pick a map like Summit, it is a make it or break it kind of thing for sure here for the side of Catface, because some of the teams, if when I think about the VCT again, have tried it out, like MIBR, for example. Did it work out in their favor? Not really. C9, for example, tried it out. It almost did until they got aced by Jerwin, and then suddenly everything just looked out in favor for Sentinels on that map. So I gotta say that it's a very tough map to try to test your limits going into this, but at the same time, I think it's a great way for you to stress test and test your limit as well as a team, because even though this is 0-2 and it doesn't work out for you, and somehow you could still turn it around into a third map if you could win Breeze, but also even if you lose it, for example, you still have a chance to fight back in a Swiss stage, right? Because 0-3, you're not out of it yet. 0-4 makes you into the main event. 0-4, or any type of losses up to 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 this time around, well, you're going to be eliminated from the main event. So they still have a lot of life to test things out, and I commend them for it for this time around here for Catface.
And I hope we have a lot less time to not show more Spanish to you guys, because we're actually 2 French speakers, so we know about 5 Spanish words, mostly because it sounds similar to French. So we'll get into Breeze, which is a nice tone setter of a map, kind of like our last series. It's such a large map that you get to take things slow and really work the map, and then this is where sometimes the oppers could become huge factors, especially if you have a chamber player on your team or just a strong sentinel that can take care of business. So excited to see if Catface, yes, they're the favorites in this match just based on names on paper, experience, results in the past, but Revitalize played close to SRG, which tells me that if you underestimate this team, it could get ugly.
I agree with you, but at the same time as well, looking at how Catface approaches this map is they play LS Sentinel again. So they bring in an ISO into Harbor if they want to bring it at this time around too. They lost into a very close OT against their opponents last time, and as we saw the agents flash at the bottom, I'm pretty sure I saw an ISO in there. So it might still be the same comp moving in here for Catface, and indeed it is. So I think it works out. But also on the other side though, what I'm liking is to see the Yoru at a thump. Now, I think that the Yoru, with the recent buffs that Yoru has gotten for the 5 seconds, it makes a huge difference for the gate crash. It still allows for you to get some good spacing and rotates with the Yoru, right? It's not only on the, oh, I could stay 5 seconds longer on an angle, but at least your TP could travel a little bit longer as well, should you choose to throw it a little bit earlier before you go for your peaks to allow for faster rotates as you close out a section to get information for your team, a section of the map. So again, I'm expecting here Revitalize to leverage that a little bit more, and especially here too on the attack side, you could definitely go for like the TP style like the Jet does, to just play around Kit's utility as this Harbor and move in here as a team for a fight.
Man, I don't remember last time I've seen a Yoru, and I think that extra like time on the teleport, as you said, will be huge for how deep some of these sites can be, and you get to experiment with all of that being on the attacking side. You have the speed, you have the fakes, you have the harbor walls that really you could customize your experience on the site. But we did see how the harbor can also falter in our previous series, so we'll see how Revitalized will show us how it's done on their attack. And I think there's a lot more pressure being on the attacking side because you have to well, really execute your game plans, and this is the Revitalized map pick, so let's see what you got.
And they have 4 players looking to pounce into mid control. So this is going to be a big test for Blue Owl. Thankfully, well, actually, I was going to say thankfully, Storm Surge would be available to try to stall things for a bit. But Blue Owl decides to go for a Ghost instead. So we're going to have to play soft and try to go for extremity control potentially here for the side of the ISO on the defense for Raven.
You also will get to count how many times me and Vansily accidentally say meow. Because Cat's not going to be up
Just
there.
because you said it, I will.
Well, there's a swing. We don't have to waste any time, and Waster isn't going to do that either. 2 openers with that Ghost. And Catface will linger on the perimeter of this harbor wall. And Thump, I mean, crosshairs lined up. We'll see if the bodies will fall.
One
Kind of a
enemy
bait
remaining.
and switch from the defense, and it's almost going to be a flawless for this underdog team. Unless Elaborate wants to, you know, pull off a clip like Sleepy Arya did. But 1v5, some damage on the other side. Ooh, and the fake out from Revitalize is pretty nice. A flawless pistol is a statement.
An interesting opener as well that we had for Catface going into the A main, because when they went for the undercut to fight double up on a defense on A main, they tried to jump through a cove. A cove. And usually the cove that's set on a one-way is set on a defensive line so that the attackers can't really take warp control on the A main side. Yet, you still try to jump through it and try to go for a fight and instantly got punished for it. And as you lose your defense on that side, the other ones are still flooding in from mid on the rest of Revitalized. So it didn't really give a chance for Catface to have the cleanest of rotates from mid over to the A site. And they had to face off against 5 players on a retake as they're holding line behind the Viper wall. So a tough call. This time around, the call is good. They have 4 players anchoring up towards this B site where Rev are slowly walking in to B. If they continue to hold some nice angles here and not give their positions away, they might have to set up some good crossfires.
Trying to keep their distance, and okay, 1 for 1. Raven putting a good dent into Revitalize, and it's costing them a lot of the firepower just to get into the site, and they have some unfriendly visitors, but Catface looking like praise at the end of the day as Revitalized took a pretty good gut punch in their anti-eco, hoping to maintain this 2 HP Bulldog. Thump maybe just hoping to play time as playing with their food. I really like this kind of bait and switch, just go back into cover, not full commit on these duels. Like, Revitalize are kind of tricky to duel against.
Yeah, especially when a drone already spotted the jump up here. It makes it easier for Thump to just get the timing as a double scan. The second scan, sorry, shows that the last player here for MEOW was still looking towards that front of that B site, so Thump can just walk around slowly, focus on that kill, playing the contact on as the Owl drone goes in from ladder. So yeah, it's a nice little anti-eco, but still some great damage being put in here by MEOW. And that means that their bonus round for Revitalize is not going to be the strongest. Only 2 rifles carried over to this round, going back to the pistol round play, as the spam is good for Lunafox. Surprised that the Cove never came up here on the attack.
And that's how Thump has their first death in this whole game. Was 5-0, and Catface, that buy gave them so much confidence. Oh wait, Revitalize are carving their path after Catface starting to get a little too creative going towards the attacker's spawn. They've left the most important real estate open, and it's the site. Now having to retake your choke point. Well, if the spike's just going to be out in the open, you don't really expect the defenders to be, I don't know, towards your spawn on the flank already. But now you know. Scaredy in a 1 versus 3, but traded out. So Catface will scratch the surface of this breeze.
Worked out pretty good for them to move inside the site, but I agree with you. It's a bad plan, unfortunately, here, attempted by Revitalize when you've cleared out already everything towards that backside, and you've already seen towards arches that nobody's there. You got to maybe try to have a more secure plant in the back of that B site instead of towards that front when you don't have any inserts on that side in the first place for Revitalize at the beginning of that round. But that said, though, it was a bonus round that you had for Rev. You still dropped 3 rifles in the first place, so the buy is not going to be the best for Catface. You only have a Guardian for Raven, who's trying to watch us towards that main side again. And by the way, it's the second time that they try to fight through their own one-way on that defensive line for Catface. It worked that second time around, but I mean, the more that they're going to try to do this, the more that's going to be read by Revitalize, and they can keep there, insert it there, do some damage.
Spike down B.
Pretty serious damage. Catface already costed their sentinel towards B. And they keep trying to go for these contact plays to get information, to really not wait around. They're so eager to get involved, and Revitalize gotten one objective down. Now just going in one by one is not going to help the odds for Catface, but hey, they worked their perimeter around the site, and Revitalize find themselves backstabbed and now underground. A big retake out of Kestrel.
Yeah, beautiful storm surge thrown by Blue Owl as well to stun both players as Kestrel was about to get picked off. Literally just about, until that storm surge saved her, because she was actually whiffing a couple of shots in the first place on the first player that came through, and it only makes sense. She was still trying to look around the cove for the players walking out and had her crosshair placement at the wrong place and had to flick back to try to capitalize on a kill. But thankfully that allows here Blue Owl to get a double assist for that stun and for Catface to tie up the game and still make it difficult right now for themselves in this next round, because this is still Revitalized having another rifle round because the amount of plants that they've gotten so far in this game. A huge swing round potentially coming up here for either of these teams.
Revealing area.
Knives out from Kestrel. A lot of focus into this A main. As we wait to see the double doors push. Blue Owl, a lot on their plate. And wow, kind of thought Elaborate would have had that. Crosshair was almost there. Revitalized with an opener. And they set sail towards B after that, after weakening that side of the map, especially with the lurks from Waster. And they just waste anyone in their path, so works out beautifully for Revitalized to not let Catface form a potential win streak.
The scaling is pretty good so far from Rev. Utilizing double walls too to section out the back of that B site. It allows for them to stay on site as well, but here's the Blade Storm coming in from Kestrel.
Trying to get above. Oh, the Harbor Wall just barely protects them. The ISO shield cracks, and so do the hopes of Catface to have a good enough retake. They were really focused on trying to get around the back walls on the right side, and Revitalize are that much quicker to adapt, to have to really leverage their Viper, or not the Viper, the Harbor Walls from Kit to protect themselves, and Catface could not find a way in after.
And value off the TP as well from Thumb to escape the front of that B lane, and also to play post plant pretty much in that point. And even if Thumb TP's out in the open and gets picked off in front of the B main, it allows for Rev to get information in the post plant scenario to put themselves in advantageous positions to still try to win the round in their favor. Talked about important swing round as well. The money's still pretty decent, at least for Catface, because of that weapon that was saved by Blue Owl to have a strong rifle round around here, the buy that Blue Owl was able to save going into this round. Meanwhile here for Revitalize, they got a flawless in that previous round, so they're pretty good to buy for this round and the next should they lose this one here, but things are pointing towards this should be okay for their side, because they could actually go for an aggressive hit towards this A site, hit and play the Hunter's Fury on the pulse plan.
Breaking them.
Yeah, and for Revitalize to have all their kills concentrate into a couple players, these early ults could be huge, and Luna Fox already trying to relieve pressure and to force hesitation into the Revitalized camp. But if anything, that's one thing off the table that Revitalized don't have to worry about. Now you're looking to see what is going to be the scaredy play style. Hopefully not to the name. Maybe more Sleepy Aria where you go in guns blazing, but this drone's about to spot the whole squad. So Revitalized got to take advantage of this moment. Dimensional drift to get towards the back line. And now back to safety. Guns blazing here for Scaredy with the overdrive. The kill contract will settle things down as Scaredy is still back in the arena. But hey, you delayed the Neon just for a second. And the offensive Hunter's Fury, a lot of ults. Revitalized have only gotten a 2 versus 2, still the spike, but Scaredy to deny the defuse as Luna Fox takes care of both at both sides. That is insane. And Catface will tie.
Question marks going into the exit for Revitalize into that A site. First off, the way that they tried to re-hit towards A, I don't really like the timing of it in the first place. Because when you had a defensive Hunter's Fury ping out towards that front A site, it didn't hit anybody. So you had an opportunity to wait a bit, to force a rotate out, to force a hand of players to peek out or to get early util out and then re-hit later on. But instead, they say, hey, we're here. Let me throw a Viper Wall up and let me start executing in. But I'm like, okay, well, they're going in with a Dimensional Drift. They could combine Dimensional Drift and go with the Hunter's Fury on top of that, going old school style with those two ultis together. And they did none of that, which then allowed here MEOW to really get into position to fight. And eventually you have a beautiful clutch coming in from Lunafox in the end.
And Lunafox has been such a flexible player when it comes to Catface, one of the longest standing members, and it's a ton of years of experience under the belt. From playing duelists to initiators, whatever the team needs. As an early reckoning, it's no one kind of going in blindly as Revitalize will take the space afforded to them. Now it's up to Blue Owl to kind of keep themselves alive until reinforcements come in, but it's desperation for Catface. Coming down to some huge clutch plays from Blue Owl to swing out with their team, confirm 3, and annihilate Revitalize before they settled.
Yeah, and Blue Owl was one of those players that didn't really have like the consistent, oh, I'm a controller that's going to dominate the anchors every single time, but she's definitely had her moments. And I remember specifically on how she was playing the Omen, for example, on Split. And this time around with, as you mentioned, they went for the gamble play to push out towards the A main. It allowed here Revitalize to say they have to be weak on site. Let's just rush into the A site. But Blue Owl had once again a beautiful stun with the Storm Surge, slowed down the attack, stayed alive as well, and jiggled with her teammates to allow for herself to get a triple, maybe even a quad going into that round. So it's just very nice little plays out on that side for the anchoring positioning from Blue Owl and putting Revitalize into an eco here.
Worked out through good gunplay. Okay, just sliding right into the barrel. Easy for Blue Owl. Now their morale is up for Catface, and you can't say the same about Revitalize, who tried to tail in and get out. Now hoping to pick up the spike and continue, but hoping Waster creates a better opportunity. They can find where Kestra is on the site. Now it's tough. You're facing a Vandal, and there's a Marshal and a Sheriff, and all the bodies are about to hit the floor.
Yep, and Kestra already knew here that the clone was coming out, so just waiting for the re-peek from Thump. Thump, who actually had two really nice Sheriff shots in the first place, but can the Marshal do anything? It's going to get upgraded into a Vandal, so maybe a win con here, trying to fake that tap.
30 seconds left.
Hey, crossing in front like that. Kestrel could trade a bit quicker to keep the lab rate alive, but all good. Yeah, I think Catface still have very strong mechanics that can bail them out at times where the ults aren't as impactful, whether it's the Zero Reckoning or Kestrel. I don't even know if the Blade Storm, but the kill contract couldn't stop Scaredy. The defensive Hunter's Fury from Lunafox delayed but didn't kill. So I think there's so much more to Catface that we've yet to see, and this is maybe some warm-up rounds, but hoping to get more value out of the ults, which, hey, one away from the Hunter's Fury could be really nice.
They might be trying to work towards that, as it's a B main pop to start. Oh yeah, we're going full in.
Oh geez, Reckoning raining down on the Catface defense. Oh, you know the full setup though, so that's a lot of information that Lunafox just gave you, but you're not able to capitalize on it when there's Viper's Pit, Viper's Wall, and you only have an op to try and poke and prod through. At least you're putting Revitalize into submission. There's a lot of fear trying to face this op, so they're all going to be turtled up into this pit as soon as they leave. Look, Catface are completely surrounding this pit, and now it's an all-out brawl. The walls come crashing down, and it's Thump with a couple of taps and a flash to end it. Oh, 8 HP for Kestrel. Guardian Angel on their side, and that's the whole reason. Thump eventually Red Bull clutches it. But wow, what a round from this Yoru.
Dude, what an insane dodge out from Kestrel, but unfortunately, there's not enough time to really do anything at the end of that. But yeah, it was a beautiful round by Thumb. I was looking at it from the chaos that was ensuing towards that B site. Because they're playing on site too, and you're droning for information, but everybody's stuck to play inside that pit, Thump actually left a TP out towards that main. And when MEOW went for that double flank in, and they finally made a lot of noise, pre-firing shots when they're clearing corners back into the front B main, Thump TP's out. Even though they didn't get a kill, they clutched that 1v3 in the end. So that was really good to get out of danger and save that round here for Revitalize, sorry.
Very close game. This is Fury trying to take advantage of that tagged player. Tucked towards the right, and Luna Foss getting something for their troubles, if anything, shutting down the Hunter's Fury from S. So really fun push and pull that's happening. And as things slow down, you have the Owl drone checking out mid, a dimensional drift that'll get very safe information around A. But now having to decloak in the face of danger, a pretty big risk, but with the flash out, it's enough to destabilize the backline of Catface. A huge advantage now for Revitalize, still having the harbor wall up until now.
And it's Cove's gonna make things difficult though for the retake for Catface. Somehow you still get a spray through that, so see how that plans out after as the advantage comes in. In terms of still HP for the side of Revitalized in this post plant.
Here's the jump in, and now not a lot of time for Catface to salvage this. Making any repurchases from the Revitalized side is good. And we end up being tied 5-5. It's definitely feeling like both teams are punching back at each other. No real big win streak is being formed. No real momentum is being generated without some kind of pushback.
Yeah, and another one of those no combination between the Dimensional Drift and the the Dimensional Drift and the Hunter's Fury from both Thump and but at the same time, I do like how Thump entered for the team. As they moved in and got information around that site, I'm not sure if it was a relay bolt or a storm surge that was thrown by Scaredy or by Kit, but you saw 2 players stunned in the back of yellow because of the information gained by the Yoru, and they got the opener that way. So nice little combination there. Walk down and unfortunately punish this time around. Not quick enough for the TP as Catface are on an eco and just looking for some damage here.
Yeah, Elaborate is the one that gets snapped now, and these solo holds really are making things easy for Revitalize to bring the clock into the picture. And just knowing exactly where Catface are coming from. These reads are incredible from Revitalize.
One enemy remaining.
Sussing out the flank immediately before it even happens. Now it's Blue Owl, almost said Otter, but Blue Owl now with the Sheriff, and by the time I figure it out, flawless for Revitalize. Last round of the half coming.
Last round.
Yeah, and last round of the half where they have money to work with and big ults too. So already we're also pulling out the big guns. So Elaborate coming out with the chamber op, which I think I like the idea of what they're trying to do. She was trying to do by walking down towards that front B line, but the 2 times that she's done it was with a rifle and a headhunter and never with an op. And this time, the reason why she's setting up here towards the east side is more to look down towards middle. So expect an early push towards that side. Realize that that spot is clear, which will give a chance here for all 3 players on that B side to be ready to counteract on the Rev hit on B.
There's the stack, you know, the reckoning. But the kill contract, hey, Raven's gonna dodge that storm for now, and it's gonna reemerge right in the middle of it, unfortunately for them. So really needed your teammates to shoot back. Unfortunately for them, the site is open for the taking. And now you have the counter reckoning final round. Elaborate with the off and Revitalize of a crossfire, and it is getting broken in half for the trades. The harbor wall does make things difficult, but hey, Kit takes care of it.
Yeah. Fortunate there on the trap pit that are trying to do towards that B site, but when you're looking at the composition for the side of Catface, they'll try to hold B the way that they did. They have no stalls on that side. Blue Owl is still, I think if I'm not mistaken, still playing towards that A side on that rotate, right? So you're thinking about a Jet and maybe even a Silva. No way you could stall a rush in from the side of Revitalized into that B site. So you can't get true value out of Raven's kill contract. So it ends up being a nice round at the end for Revitalize to put themselves in a lead in the second half and also taking advantage of the defense with this comp. All ghosts across the board. Util though with 2 shock darts. I'm gonna try to play that double stall here over on that A site with Kit as the harbor. And that's exactly where the opening is coming in from Catface.
There's been some really big pop-off players, whether it's Luna Fox and that 1v2, Blue Owl with a 3K at some point, Kestrel as well, Revitalize, have to face the music though, and the chaos of the harbor walls, where things get a little hairy. Revitalize now sit on the outside looking in. S trying to be as safe as they can behind cover. Okay, nice headshot. Just unfortunately couldn't get back into hiding before the trades came out. 2 left. Waster and Scaredy trying to swing together, but if this cove comes down, they're about to get crunched. Now sitting on the spike and maybe had more time to go for kills. Either way, Blue Owl will not let you live.
Yeah, it should have been a tap and then try to fight together, especially when you're in a 2 versus 3. You're trying to force stick it to halfway when the spike's freshly platted. You're just putting yourself at a disadvantage on a 1v3, basically, as one of them has to stick. But I like what I saw here from Catface on the exec. It was very quick. It was very clean as well. And they just were able to overtake that site. For the side of Rev, yeah, you did whatever you could with Kit and to try to hold back towards that A site. You tried to delay as much as you could. Kit had a nice first blood. But there's just too many players here from Catface who went for a full 5-player hit who are looking to do it for a second time around.
Ooh, a lot of tags there. Just wanted to update that Spiders took down C9GC 2-0 in a very close series. We'll keep you updated on the other matches. As the Anti-Eco trucks along, okay, tried to put a good dent there, and hey, Catface are covering their bases. Some go right, some watch left. Even when there's that immediate clap back from Revitalize, Catface are ready for it. Sometimes the aim gets a bit shaky, but Revitalize, they won't let him be getting a flawless at this point. Get a 10 HP, won't even have a chance. So we have ourselves another tie game.
I like this too, as we're also min-maxing the orb points for the side of Catface, because Luna Fox, beautiful double tap that she's gone towards that A site, as you mentioned. Some players went towards that left side, and that was Luna Fox tapping 2 towards that mid double doors. Feels that she could get a 3rd one, but as she finally loses her life, then you actually try to let Blue Owl pick up the last kills so that she could get closer to the Reckoning. So right now they do the same type of open because it really hasn't been tested or contested for the side of Revitalized, who are looking to potentially do it this time around.
Catface already with a...
I'm out of here.
This 3rd round of the half. Oh my god. What a slip by there from Scaredy. Mechanics on point, traded out, and we're left with even odds. Wondering how S is going to position here when being solo, reinforcements are there, but thinking enough of an impact has been made into this attack that the round is going to be slowed down, and S wants to be really safe to play off of maybe their own drone if needed, but feeling like they're going to have time now. Oh! Wall kind of creates that fake. Raven gets a 1-tap on the right. S looking for a moment, and oh! Just
take flight.
unfortunate timing of checking out main. Now the jig is up. At least Waster is in the picture no longer. And the mechanics of Catface are very strong when they're in a confident position. It's better late than never. Is S in a 1v2. Can't deny the op and can't deny Raven.
I have to agree actually with you as well, Lemon Q, when it comes down to Catface on how they've improved mechanically from stage to stage, year after year. Because if you're looking at Luna Fox, that's probably the most known maybe name that you've seen in the past from the 24 Haven days, like when the first iteration of GC's Game Changers came out here in the circuit. She was one of the first ones through. So thinking about playing this game 5-6 years since beta, you're seeing how, you know, the ADSing, the tapping, the bursts are so accurate for players like Luna Fox and across the board this time around too. As much as I mentioned Blue Owl not being as consistent as I see usually on a controller player, look at our own right now.
It's easy when there's not too, even through, I mean, the fire and the flames. still able to confirm
down
that.
A.
There's a Marshall being annoying. That's from S. Yoru's now teleporting in, but right into the crosshair of Kestrel. So
One enemy remaining.
Catface, this will be their 4th round in a row. Not only the bonus to momentum on their side, S will make it as expensive as possible as Luna plays with her food. And I think Catface are starting to get back to their form that we're used to.
Yeah, playing with confidence too, to jump around like that and just go for a shuck dart at the feet instead of just trying to fly by with a rifle to guarantee the kill. You still have to come in here going to that previous round with the nice little Marshall shots that they've gotten. That's 2 nice little picks that they got. Did a little bit of econ damage. But this time around, it's still money flowing with the amount of consecutive rounds, as you mentioned, Lemon Kiwi, that was picked up so far here by Catface, going into a 2-1-2 setup. So as you see on this side for Catface, they consistently and continue to add this pressure on this A line. But as now you only have 2 players on that side, you're selling that bait, you're forcing these rotates, and the op should get the pick on mid if the wall was down.
Raven's just been on one when it comes to these kill contracts, and it's always important to have a teammate nearby too, because Revitalize are quick to pounce on these ISOs coming out of the ult. Now Catface just shred anywhere in their path. This has been every duel 1 untraded on the side of Catface. Wondering if S and Thump here try to knock on this door real quick. Scaredy gonna start making a lot of speed, now sectioned off, and Catface are just gonna sit pretty at a distance, but that lets time for Revitalize to work their magic. Now it's a 3 versus 5 comeback. Insane stuff. 1v1. Trying to get it halfway. Wait, Scaredy is sticking it. Elaborate does not get there in time. Wait, do they? They did. Oh my god, it looked diffused on my screen. That was insane.
It did say diffuse, right?
For you. I don't know.
Yeah, it was
it's
diffused.
Catface one.
Under the
okay,
the overlay, it said
okay.
Rev got the diffuse. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I got
At the
scared.
end of the day, yeah.
Okay.
I gotta say, some nice shots coming out from Kestrel, but as you said, they're playing 4 back for Catface. It looked good because Lunafox, they were trying to play the Hunter's Fury towards the end, but because of that pressure that came out in that flood retake on that side, Lunafox felt like she had to swing out to try to save her teammates, and she got caught right away by Thump, so they never were allowed to use the Hunter's Fury towards the end. And because of that, it just made it difficult for Elaborate to just book it down and try to go for that pick on that 1v1. So just a small fumble that came through for Catface, but that could prove costly because Revitalize to close it in here on that lead. Only 1 round here to tie things up, and the econ is starting to finally dwindle down on the side of Catface.
Nice early round Hunter's Fury, but Lunafox finds value.
Gotta go.
Another big opener, and the op is still part of the equation for Catface. Now after kind of losing that 5 versus 3 round, though, I want to see them close it out and not just be on standby. And look, they're going to get proactive, extending out of the site. You don't want to completely give up the site either. It's Revitalized cutting in through mid, watching carefully as Catface just kind of tap away as what's left of Revitalize. Well, I mean, even won that round and even confused me because they just held the defuse there. I don't think anyone would do that. So, pretty fun series we're having so far.
Yeah, I love the micro decisions coming out from MEOW as well to push forward because that Hunter's Fury, as you mentioned before, Lunafox gets full value out of it, gets a kill, and calls out that double push from that bottom of the spawn. So as that happens, everybody's accounting for it to say, okay, well, these guys are probably trying to go for the aggro push and aggro flank. Let's just flip that map. And as they flip the map for the plant in the back of that B site, you still had Kestrel consistently pushing out towards the defender spawn so that the other 2 could just focus on arches to jiggle back and forth to play the bait and switch into the tunnel and then still have Elaborate off towards that front of that B main. So it was very nice in terms of understanding where your opponents will be coming from based on the space that you're taking, based on the calls that you're making. So Catface are, again, as I mentioned before, putting a lot of hours in. It shows that they're a complete team that puts a lot of thought into how they're opening the rounds and how they're reacting going into the information that they get. So it's very nice to see.
Even just shooting the recon so that the ops can stay hidden in mid. Revitalize gonna leverage their Viper's wall to see if anyone has crossed the threshold of mid. Now you got a dimensional drift from Thump with a bucket to respawn as Revitalize with their shenanigans yet again. Wonder if this gets the attention of Elaborate. Meanwhile, Revitalize hold the line. The defense is ironclad. Catface are fighting tooth and nail as Raven is dipping in and out of the harbor wall to confuse the opponents. Equal numbers, equal chances. Spike hasn't been planted. Revitalize spell flood in the water, but unfortunately they're the ones drowning. Not able to cross these pyramids. This Blue Owl could have a wraparound. They are being heard though. As Revitalize are gonna just watch them leave, or at least they got Elaborate in the back for that. Now it's the race to B.
All works. They understand where the rotate's going to be coming from too, though. All of this is all still very nice. It's just Elaborate that missed that shot, but all that protocol was good. Elaborate was going to be the contact for the crossover, get the information, and hopefully put them in a 2 versus 1. But because they know where the rotates are coming from, they're still in a winnable condition, in a winnable position on a 2 versus 2 here for Kestrel and Blue Owl.
Kestrel, very confident in their read. Steps heard. Oh, one step from S though, and now it's like, might as well go in, guns blazing, and Kestrel just closes the book on that chapter, and that gets Catface up to 11.
Yeah, and just staying crouched in front of the boxes because the idea was, well, or they're coming in from middle, or they're coming in from spawn. Just because we knew where the last players were at fighting from the A main side, and because of that clone that comes out towards spawn, because of Revitalize seeing that the pressure of the clock is against them as well, they started making a lot of noise, and that just allowed Kestrel to sweep up the last 2 kills quite easily, showing a dominant attack side so far by Catface. Should have been flawless so far if it wasn't for that ninja defuse that came through on that 1v1. And now here comes a drone for a hit into the B site. Early pressure into elbow, which I like, but it's already taken down by Elaborate. I love it.
Oh, no kill contract friend today, Raven, but still the space created. The recon unshot towards the back. Catface step into the place like they own it, but Revitalize have a 4-person retake off a Reckoning. Could be pulled at any second here from Kit. Now aiming it right towards that corner, maybe. Oh, Kestrel does get tagged from it, but Catface try to bail them out. Blue Owl, these multi-kills is insane, and Catface get to match point.
Match point.
Continuing the dominance on the attack side as well. This is just all very nice here from Catface. I know it sounds like I'm really glazing here the team on the attack side, but it's really hard here for Revitalize to really get anything done. Despite them reading the calls and knowing where the hit's coming from, when they're trying to wait for the smokes to dissipate, trying to find where they can work as a team to double swing towards one angle, where Catface goes for the opposite. Because of different positioning, they're allowing themselves to get the information of like, hey, we don't have to fight this, we could avoid it, and then cut them later on in a different rotate. So right now it's just some nice little calling coming out here on the IGL side of Catface, and going back into the tried and true, going back into creating more pressure over on that A side and forcing players to peek. And that was actually spotted right there, but Waster knows that Elaborate is currently perched up in the window of that long B side as well.
Waster is well, not like a cat having 9 lives, but okay, just flashing out, dismantles the op, and Catface will have to get their revenge one way or the other. Now going above and beyond, but oh, got distracted by the ISO util, so Thump is traded. Catface now have Waster out in the open, which, whoa, these taps with the Guardian are pretty good. And that gives Revitalize another fighting chance in this game, or else it would have been all over for them. And this is the Revitalize map pick. Really needed a win here, and at least they have to settle for a round win.
It feels good though for them to be able to get a clean round, that they didn't have to really fight tooth and nail to try to get the defuse on a 1v1 to get a round in their favor, and a little bit of room to breathe as well. What was good at least is that they had a strong start going into the half. A 7-5 in their favor here that gives them a little bit of space to make mistakes and to understand here how Catface are approaching the map on the attack side. And as they see here for Catface, the amount of times they've been defaulting 2 players over on the A side and never really got contested by the defense of Revitalize, they want to go for the same type of stuff, but then this time a 5-player hit.
Such an early Hunter's Fury. You just send all of Revitalize scattering. behind the ISO wall, just making sure they can deal with any close quarters inserts, and Kid kind of baiting out to see if they can set up Scaredy, who hasn't swung yet, and just couldn't do better than a 1-for-1. This Catface is able to bail each other out. Big moments where Revitalize could have pulled off some magic. One person advantage for Catface. Will it be the end-all be-all? Labry takes damage, is out. Raven will take the mantle. Revitalize, it's all up to Thump. And now nothing. 13-9 on Breeze to Catface.
And around here, Revitalize kind of felt that there was going to be a lot of players moving in towards this A side for the hit. They had a player tucked in towards Palm, yet somehow it still gets checked, and the trades continue to be perfect in the protocols for the side here of Catface. So again, a nice little change of pace, and also a nice little upgrades from what I've seen in the past here from Catface that shows that they could definitely be a nice little underdog team, a dark horse going into this other Swiss stage once again of the Game Changers in stage 2.
Yeah, I've really loved the ideas that Revitalize has had, with the execution just that much cleaner on the Catface side, from mechanics to that experience showing as the deeper you go into the game, how much more depth you can see out of a team. And we're apparently going to see a lot more depth because they want to play Summit as a Catface's map pick. So excited to see what they're going to look like there. And we're going to send it to a break, and we'll see you for this new map.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
Welcome back, everyone, to Game Changers presented by Verizon. We're still in the midst of Catface versus Revitalize, and you guys are going to get the premiere of Summit when it comes to Game Changers, courtesy of Catface choosing it, and it's going to be our first time casting it, so I'm really stoked to see what ideas come out.
Yeah, so far, if you're looking at it from the VCT side, there's always different aspects of how teams are approaching this. I think for some teams in the first place, for example, if they're thinking about Cloud9, I think they went for like a double duelist style, because double duelist has really been part of that meta from Leviathan that's won Masters London in the past, and also because of Nongshim, for example, that also went for a double duelist during Santiago. So you're thinking that 2026 is all about the double duelist. But then you start to see teams on the defense looking quite good when like teams like Energy are playing double initiator, trying to find information early into the rounds by playing a KO Sova. And then also other teams are playing double sentinels. So we're seeing a lot of like Sage, for example, right now with a Cypher or with a Vice or with a Chamber. So there's a lot of different looks and aspects that shows that Summit right now hasn't really been ironed out in terms of what really is the best composition right now for the current meta. But all of the teams trying these different aspects and these different looks has shown some different things that I actually like.
And really liked how close this series has been. I mean, just in terms of openers, it's pretty neck and neck. And I think there's been kind of some curveballs thrown from Revitalize at times. Like, what is it? The Ninja Diffuse we saw, to some crazy clutches, some 3v5 comebacks from Revitalize to make this score line close. But Catface sort of really got amped up in the end. Like, their mechanics look cleaner overall as a team. Maybe they just kind of needed to get the ball rolling until it turned into an avalanche.
I saw a lot of good stuff come out from Catface once again. I think it's from even Kestrel was in top fragging for the team. Like the way that she was moving around the jet and creating space for the team was really good. Raven had some good moments as well, as is ISO. Although some of that defensive hold that was mentioned before in terms of like the 5-player hits against the stacks that they had weren't maybe the best. But who was anchoring very well in a defense, I think, again, has to be Blue Owl overall. So when it comes down to a little bit of those, when that allows for you to have like strong scenarios to play in players' advantages on retakes, it puts yourself in a good spot with some great callings into the mid round here from the IGL.
And Revitalize already have to think on their feet because you just went to your map pick and unfortunately didn't convert that. Now you have to go to a new map, which who knows how much everyone has scrimmed it, and at least like quantity and quality of scrims. And then you don't know what Catface. I'm sure maybe they'll take some ideas from VCT, like you said, or really could throw Revitalize for a loop. And for against a new team, that could be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I think the difference right now from Catface into Revitalized, the question is, has Revitalized put some practice onto this map? If they let it to float, maybe it's a gamble for them to say, there's no way our opponents are going to pick that map, so let's try to veto into what would work for us. Or have they actually practiced it so they could let it through? Because if they haven't practiced it, well, they're going to be on for a rude awakening if they're playing against a team like Catface. Because like I said, if this team so far for Catface has been putting the work in, looks like they're leveled up, they're protocoled, and they have great macro around that previous map on Breeze, that means for me, for Summit, if you're trying to wing it for the side of Revitalize, it's like, okay, well, what initiative can we really use? Let's try to go for a Fade or Silva. Now we're winging recon darts. We're winging lineups for the haunts. We're just trying to figure out if it'll work out, or just try to go for like a KO Sky Flash fight type of style. Well, as for Catface, those lineups should be practiced. They kind of would have some very strong execs and protocols on how they want to hit sites. And then it will be very hard for a team like Revitalize to hold a defensive line.
I really like that you're honest. You're like, yeah, they're basically going to wing it. They're going to wing these recons. Like a lot of this util that requires studying lineups, just knowledge of the map. And that's where Catface could get even just informational advantage because they've probably actually studied some of these lineups, and maybe not the same for Revitalize, but maybe you can go something for an initiator that's a lot simpler. Maybe a Fade. You're guaranteed to get something out of a Prowler. You don't need to line up a Prowler. You just let it go, let it do its thing. So I wonder if a Fade would be a better option there, or just you could do the Sleepy Aria and Friends strat of just run it, gun it. Not saying you don't need util there, but sometimes good mechanics can always bail you out.
Agreed. One thing that's very difficult to deal with as a duelist dive onto this map is the controllers, right? And the choices of controllers are plenty right now for Summit. I think Brimstone's a very nice little pick that they currently utilize. I think it's for our energy side. It's a 20-second smoke. You also have very similar 20-second smoke with the Co's for the side of Harbor as well. But I think the big thing around those controllers is that you could throw mollies on the ground, or you could throw storm surges on the other side. It doesn't allow for somebody like a Neon to try to like dive through the smokes to try to create space. It makes it even more difficult for a player like a Phoenix, for example, as a duelist to flash out of smokes and fight for those double duelist teams. So controllers, I think in my eyes, are super important on this map for sure, in terms of how useful they are to hold defensive lines, but also for Fade. I think I agree with you. It could be a great agent for you to like try to wing it, because there's just so many 50-50 corners for you to try to clear when you're trying to scale as a team on the attack side that can maybe help in terms of figuring out some players and spamming through those smokes that I just mentioned before.
Yeah. Or just throw out a Clove into the mix and just kind of be a self-sufficient, I don't know, Arena. Just throw a Leer on the other side of a wall and see what sticks. But it's going to be so fun to see, because game changers, you know, there's the meta in VCT, and then there's game changers, where sometimes you pluck ideas from VCT and sometimes you run 5 duelists. Like we've seen that in game changers in the past. So and this is also Catface's map pick, who have a lot of players that have had years and years of game changers experience with different rosters. Even someone like Lunafox, who's been on this squad for so long with different teammates that have shifted in and out. And I think when push comes to shove, when kind of your plan falls apart and you have to gun it out, Catface have shown more success on that front.
Well, we won't have to wait any longer to see what we're going to try to do here for the side of Catface and then an ISO. Holy crap, what are we doing? As in, what are we cooking so far? I'm excited to see what Catface is doing with this ISO. So Raven utilizing it from Breeze overall, but I think from what I've just mentioned before and how good things could look in terms of what agent you could utilize here on a map like Summit, I kind of think of, if you're looking at it from a bird's eye view for the first time watching a game of Summit, you have no idea of these teams, who puts their practice in, you'd probably have to give it to Revitalize, just because they're able to now play double dive. They could play recall as well with Thump as this Waylay, but also they're playing a hard anchor with a Cypher too to try to play traps. I think, for example, Scuba is one of the good ciphers that has played this defensive side on Summit, that throws a lot of one-ways and allows for that to be extra pieces of obstacles that he runs around and walks around the sites to just try to backstab players as they execute through. So I wonder if REV themselves have been watching a lot of VCTs and trying to mimic some of the greats currently that are playing on Summit. Whereas here for Catface, they're building their own meta, which I'm all for it.
And even on Revitalized side, like Thump, yes, showed us the Yoru, which is already a more unique look to game changers post buff, like you said. But overall, Thump has been mainly initiator for this squad for the past 2 matches. And even just looking at Waylay stats, like only 3% of their time in the past 2 months has been on Waylay. So this is going to be a get in, get out, get information, and hope that Scaredy kind of makes all the magic happen. But we'll see how practiced Revitalized are. We'll get our first looks here on the pistol, as Revitalized did kick off our pistol last round, but it's Catface map pick, and they already look like they own the place.
Yeah, lots of utils for the flood into the side. They're even clearing back towards drops. I'm loving this from Catface so far. So
Spike planted.
util's really good. This is what I'm talking about. The Cypher hiding around the site.
Like, Waster is just in the middle of this party and no one knows that they're not invited. Like, how is the Cypher still here? Is hoping to recombine, regroup with Revitalize, as every choke point has been shut down. And Waster, unfortunately, hesitating on the trigger means not a single kill has been earned from Revitalize on that pistol.
Yeah, and just from looking from that single pot from Catface, that is so much util that doesn't allow for you to play any of the lines on the left side of the line of scrimmage from where Waster was hiding after. You have no choice but to kind of play soft sight, because the undercut takes the whole left lane that double damages you if you're getting hit all the way back towards drop, while you have the paranoia on the right side. So if you're trying to dodge the undercut, then you're getting hit by a paranoia, and then you're getting dived in by Kestrel with Blue Owl on the TP. So that's kind of nice. Let's keep an eye on that when we move down to the later rounds. But the second round looks like Catface wants to test out how the A site's being held, so they're going for their own pop on that side.
That was a 4-person paranoia from Kid, allowing them to find small amounts of shelter. As even scared he's going to be chased off. Revitalize could have had that moment to swing out, but there's so much hesitation from Revitalize, clearly showing the lack of confidence on this map, and maybe because they have pistols and, you know, it's a Catface anti-eco, but hey, the Bandit can still do a lot of damage. A 3K for Scaredy before all was said and done, and this round is done. As only 2 of those weapons into the bonus, but hey, one of them's Vandal.
Great shots from the Bandits, though, and again, a little bit of an overcommitment over Balloonifox, jumping forward with a shock dart instead of trying to run through and trade with their teammates, and that could have been a very scary position, no pun intended, because the third lineup was about to happen until finally the 2 lurkers on middle came in and came in for the support and the save here for the side of Catface. And so far, if I'm looking at it, though, from how Rev is currently playing this, we're always putting this trip at the same spot. So there's not really big changes coming through as to how Rev are trying to leverage like the trips or the position of the cages to play around the site. It's more to try to find active information around the site here, as you see it playing plays in very forward positions.
Nothing that Waster could capitalize on. Maybe just allowing themselves to reposition around and to create that crossfire with S. So some ideas are being generated, and the Owls, 2 of them are going to cross, but not as much information from S, not even able to cross that smoke choke point. So not a ton of information for Revitalize to go off of.
Yeah, all they're doing right now, though, for Catface is just cutting noise too and forcing these rotates to happen. So the Owl drone at least spotted the other Owl drone, and the trips towards that B side. So they have counted for 2 players anchoring towards B. Right now, as they're trying to over-rotate for the side of Rev, we're just waiting to stall and re-hit and regain that space on the second wave of util for the side of Catface.
Such a good ping off the dart, and Catface benefit. Even there's a lot of profits that's found in a pain sandwich, but trades coming in strong from Kit, crossing in through mid. So you're making Catface really cost a lot, despite them coming in so decisively, having advantages in the early round. Revitalize, there's a kick to them. It's Odin 1v2. The stack kind of worries me. But now Blue Owl and Elaborate can pay attention, but they're both watching the same thing, but at least they're doing so in cover, so it's leaving Thump in a bad position until now.
Yeah, nice little hold in the end too, as though you're talking about making it expensive for Catface, but it was a bonus round for them moving in. And now they get to upgrade into the Odin left behind here from a Thump in that previous round. So Thump trying to play a little bit of Cortezia style for the Sentinels by holding the Odin on the A side, because of such a tight-knit corridor. When you're trying to execute towards the A main, if you're going to try to go for a heck mentality towards that front side, everybody's going to get mowed down. So you almost have to look for that mid-control and split towards A. As they were trying that, though, it's nice that Catface just stopped and went back into that B site and really caught a lot of players off guard. So an eco comes in for Revitalize, and they're not looking to find some early information for the setups for Catface so far. So they really are playing with a lot of question marks round after round, not knowing where the start comes in here for the attack side.
Yeah, it's kind of funny you don't play your Sova glued to your team, who would want to drone in, recon, and set up your team, and going in blindly is how Revitalize can surprise you when they mostly have pistols.
Nice
Wait,
shot.
the Marshall hurts too. And Catface is the second time that also they've converted an attacking bonus, just like they did back on Breeze, and how they were able to ramp up towards a win in the end there. So Catface, though, are at a disadvantage. At least they didn't give any guns over to Revitalize.
Yeah, but is so good with this Marshall so far. Winning that against an operator, and also a bit of pain point to Catface on Breeze before, but here's the hit. Onto the A site.
Oh, it's
No
tough
trades.
to win that. Yeah, tough to win that with the Sheriff. I think there's a
30
really good
seconds
idea,
left.
though, around that paranoia. It's a huge stack of Catface. It's now, how do you fight off of that paranoia? And doing so faster with more people, and with the right setup. So I think Revitalize have something to work off of there. Catface still have the 3 left. Hoping to maintain this win streak. And Waster
remaining.
swings out and kind of jiggles well to go 1 for 1. As S, it's such an impact early in this round with the Marshall. Even winning against the Op, like you said. Has to do so now with the GC Sheriff against 2, and now being heard in the footsteps. You don't want to get spammed out of that smoke. You can't even get a ping. Catface are just on it.
As Closo hit a 50 damage there onto Blue Owl by spamming through that smoke. Would have been a lucky kill to make it a 1 versus 1, but nonetheless, it's still an Odin waiting on the other side, getting ready to greet them as they're trying to move through the smoke. So, at the end of the day, it's still some great damage being done on Nico's side here for Revitalize, but still a round converted this time around by Catface, who are looking to 5-player hit towards this B main. Again, the trip's at the right spot, or same spot rather, easily gets broken by a shock dart left behind by Lunafox, and then they just go for the plow into the B site.
And reporting that Sen Otters won their series against Mask just now. And we'll get to see how Catface will maintain what they have. Now the 3 stack of Revitalize, and this is how this Waylay gets active. Now, not so much. Put to bed. S waits on the edge of the smoke for the right opportunity, and unfortunately it's against Chamber that just dips out, calls out your position, and Revitalize. Still, we're not punished, and if anything, here comes Scaredy Cat, who's apparently the final boss of B, but sits at the center of the site. Catface on the outside looking in,
Last player
and Kestrel is just in this back line, being just terrorizing this squad as Revitalize can't get a handle of this summit map.
Yeah, there's only really Scaredy that's just getting good picks on duels, just being very reactionary and getting some good fights in their favor. But overall, I do agree with you. It's Catface that has great plans of executions, and Rev just trying to think as they go. You know, it's a couple of rounds, they're trying to anchor up, doesn't work. Oh, actually, hold on, let's hold that thought. We're getting ready for a full hit, so a big gamble coming out here by Revitalize. This will be an ult flash right off the rip and trying to get value from Scaredy. Will they be ready for this for Catface?
Big round for Revitalize. Biggest advantage they've had, but Raven will force the team to stick around until the kill contract has been complete and they emerge. It's a huge round for Blue Owl to suffocate Revitalize off of this convergent path that was supposed to ruin Catface.
Right here.
Oh, it's so nice. You're getting hit by the ult, and you know what? Let me just kill contract you so I don't get hit by the ult anymore and still win that fight inside there. And just that in itself removed a lot of pieces of utility for the side of Revitalize, where they couldn't add this second layer behind the flash convergence path. And man, they all just got ran down right after. So like I said, this is Rev continuing to work things with whatever they've gotten going from round to round. So they tried to go for the hero play this time around with trap plays to make the obvious things, quote unquote, I say obvious because you're just trying to utilize big pieces of utility to try to win rounds, which unfortunately didn't work. But when it comes down to the single rounds for the site execs on B, you see that they're adding more cages. They're trying to fight behind it. They're trying to add more bodies around there as well. But there's just a scaling that's too good here for the side of the attack that doesn't really allow here for Rev to get into good positions to win these rounds. And unfortunately, all he got is to save a Guardian into the next round too.
Lunafox is so clean though with these flicks. Like when there's danger at a different angle, she's so quick to turn. So Catface in commanding lead so far, just in this half, and elaborates up is still something they can leverage. So Revitalize are starting to come up to that first wave of ultimates. Conversion pass didn't work out. So many choke points though on this map where S is really like those early Hunter's Fury, and you're looking for that information, you're looking for the confidence to pull the trigger, and the bow has been drawn. You've got to tag and you've got to kill. Huge for Revitalize to make this round a little easier. Here's the swing out. No, Revitalize not able to trade off of each other, as S will look for a better opportunity off of Waster, and help did not come in time. Catface waste no time. Now the spike will be down. Waster with the Guardian. Well, got Luna Fox low enough, but this is still looking like Catface round.
That's the crazy thing, man. She's at 20 HP and could still scale solo and get picks like that. One away from getting the Hunter's Fury, so that's where you're trying to dash, trying to create a diversion so that you can come in for the kill. No matter what, this is still a Hunter's Fury available for the next round, so you'll take it. And especially here, going into the 2 versus 1, contact will be elaborate with the op. And that is another one down. Another one bites the dust, and it's 7 unanswered rounds for MEOW. And a Hunter's Fury to continue to topple some more rounds on the side of MEOW potentially here.
And there's people like Blue Owl that have only died once, which is pretty insane, because that Omen is such a core piece of your fighting potential as a squad and their flood-ins, and clearly Catface are taking care of business. It's kind of like Shiraj, just kind of clock in, kill everybody, clock out type of vibes, and it's why they went to this map pick. We'll see if Thump kind of leading forward. Maybe a paranoia does hit most of Catface. Still looking for targets, but it was more of like a get information, get out type of play, I guess.
Well, I mean, the drone really slowed them down as well. So as much as Revitalize are trying to go for early trap plays and damage, it just gets stalled by somebody that's just quicker on the trigger for Catface to react right away and not allow Revitalize to get value out of these early commitments that they're attempting, even though the flashes continue to get tremendous value at the beginning of the rounds.
You heard that drop there from Thump. I've been wanting to see Revitalize have more. They kind of look like they had some chances to be making sneaky plays out of smokes, but anyone's being sneaky, it's Catface. But now Scaredy gonna suss out the upcoming push, and coming in through all the entries, Catface just remove everyone. Decent trade. You don't make it flawless, but it's not looking pretty for Revitalize to figure out this map when you don't seem to have a lot of time to figure it out.
No. Maybe they'll try to figure out the attack side pistol round only, because this is looking to be a 12-0 half with how good MEOW has been moving around this map. Waster, though, has snuck in and found an opening. Not any more than that. But I gotta say, man, bro, that TP from Blue Owl is insane. You remember on the pistol round where we were talking about where Waster was kind of holding in the back of the boxes? That's usually a default spot for the defenders to take when they're getting flooded on either extremities, to just try to hold that line. Yet she TPs there, doesn't get shot, could have been shot through the box if she fully TPs from Kit just on the other side, yet still sticks it because she trusts that no matter what, her teammates will be able to be there to trade for her. She never died. They just ran in and checked all their angles correctly again. And just comes to show the amount of scrim that comes in for Catface. It shows for this map.
A lot of the first bloods going Catface's way, where you'd love to use that neural theft that Waster's had for a few rounds now to feel like you're in control of the map just even a little bit, and now you're just hoping to walk down and hope for the best, maybe test some aim there, but Catface still looking amazing on this map. When all the action comes to you, to be fair, like Revitalize are kind of, we have pistols, they're going for a Hail Mary, and now it's 9-0.
Yeah, and they're understanding it too when it comes down to every single one of these rounds. Even when it's gun rounds, they tried to flash on an extremity and fight towards the area on A site earlier on with the ult. They tried to flash, try to go for a dive on the B main on another round as well, because now they understand here that Revitalize cannot get anything going on their defensive side. Even again, if you're looking at the trips that are being set up on defense this time around by Waster, it's not being placed to go for trap kills. It's just to try to find information. So Catface understands they have full control here of this map.
God, is Luna Fox gonna get another kill with this? Of course.
Yep.
She's just a sniper, but with a bow and arrow, I guess. Another first blood Catface's play, but I'm liking to see Scaredy Cat get active. Like I said, you win or you die. By the Scaredy Cat here, and just couldn't find a target before the target found her. So, Catface only up by 1. It's not over yet. S is taking damage, and Thump gets a trade, but the op doesn't let them really scrap through such close quarters like this. So, flawless for Catface in terms of this map. See if the suffering will end soon for Revitalize. Like you said, maybe just a pistol coming up.
I feel like Breeze all over again when I'm doing nothing but glazing towards Catface and saying nothing for Rev, which is unfortunate because if you're looking at it so far, when we started out the series, I was going to mention that this is going to be a tough matchup for Catface. And it kind of showed earlier on Breeze as well because Revitalize playing as Revenge in the past were looking unstoppable during the open and closed qualifiers. But now you're looking at a series where they haven't really played these maps. Now it really shows here that there are some gaps and some weaknesses.
Thump, though, kind of playing with their food there, or also the chamber on the other side. But hey, Catface getting shoved a bit. The pressure is on. The smoke is splitting up Catface, and Revitalize are looking so good. Waster doesn't even need a neural theft. It feels like the conversion path is just a condiment.
What are we doing?
To what could be happening here. For Revitalize, they have the spike. They just need to settle down.
Player standing.
And I guess trade off. Let's Waster taking over this round, but only has 5 HP. As
1 enemy remaining.
Drone out. Elaborate is feasting. 1v1, the closest round we've had all of Summit.
Oh my god.
And it's a thrifty for Revitalize.
Oh man, we were peeking out 1 by 1 too, and it was looking close because you definitely know in the comps for Catface, they're like, Waster's 1 HP, Waster's 1 HP. And at the same time, you see that also realizes that. So they're like, I gotta try to save my teammates, so I'm gonna throw my life to try to keep them alive. And we can try to play a protocol for 2 versus 1s. But then Elaborate was almost able to isolate every single one of those fights. Almost had the crosshair placement on the Phantom as well on the 1v1. But it's going to be that Sova on the side of Rev that allows finally the first point and potentially only point of the half to happen here for Rev. Thankfully, though, you have enough money for an op. It's a glass cannon for a Thump. You're looking to challenge down towards that mid.
Shadows travel.
Kind of these smoke placements from Kid have been really critical. No one home, unfortunately for Raven. No friendly show match to get through. For the first time, we're seeing Catface having to default and kind of slow it down. At least first time since like the beginning of the game. Once they kind of realized they were running the game, Catface were able to flood in and do whatever they wanted. And now giving a lot more respect to people like Waster, I feel like.
We shall see, because I don't think so. The TP, at least on the defensive side, does get good information to get the players ready on the defense, so Thumb might try to swing out for an op kill, but unfortunately decides otherwise. And there you go, the disrespect from Waster.
My ultimate is ready.
I'm just wanting to see this neural theft come out eventually, but I guess I won't. That's
Another
sad.
snipe.
Enemy remaining.
And then maybe in another universe. But in this universe, it's 11-1 for Catface. And hey,
Switching
it's
sides.
not going to be a flawless half for Catface, but hey, I thought Waster had a fantastic round there. And again, being able to leverage your smokes and really destructure Catface was an inkling that I had that Revitalize could have used more.
Yeah, it just feels like we have to wait an extra round for the inevitable, right? Instead of a 13-0, it's a pistol round for Catface, and then finally it's over. No, but I jokes aside, I'm hoping to see something come out of Revitalize. That's hence the name of their organization. So hopefully we'll see that heartbeat come back up, and then they still show a little bit of fight here in this pistol round. And it starts off with a setup for a full hit onto this B site, but it is a nice little high-low from both Elaborate and Kestrel.
Still important to note as well, like 0-4 is you being eliminated. Important game for Revitalize to try and turn around, and Kestrel is being tested. Multiple swing their way. The reload is the biggest HP. Now you got Revitalized chasing. Okay, the shot ball. Wait, Luna Fox now has a Guardian Angel and wins that. This is so goofy and hilarious and awesome to watch.
Yeah, first off, I went for the hug because I was like, where is this shock dart going from? It was trying to land towards that front to break potentially like a chamber trip or something like that, but it just hit the top side of the roof. The high-low ended up being perfect on the side here of Kestrel and Elaborate, and somehow, as you've mentioned, Kestrel stays alive. The smoke that was thrown on the defense to save her too from Blue Owl, so she could dash away. She could dash away rather towards drop and put themselves at map in series point, and not even a plant for Revitalize. So they have nothing but Sheriff's half armor. Outlaw is going to be devastating right now in the hands of Kestrel.
All right, Blue Owl. Okay, the drive-by kill from Scaredy's pretty nice. Thump getting involved, ignores Raven. Raven doesn't get ignored by anyone else. Revitalize. Doing a lot of work considering the buy that they had to force here. And Luna Fox is in an aim trainer. Let's watch how it ends. 1 left, 3 players hunting. And as about to get crunched, Luna Fox claims the final kill with a 4K. 13-1 is an exclamation mark for Catface, as now they are 1-2 in the standings. I think a much needed breath of fresh air when it comes to their chances in the standings.
Yeah, Luna Fox and crew here of Catface just basically making the second map an email right now against their opponents, which is really nice to see. I think at the end of the day, when we're going into this matchup saying that, you know, both Revitalize and also Catface are at 0-2 here, Lemon Kiwi, but at the same time, should Catface really be at 0-2 because they had to play against some tough opponents and also losing to some tough opponents in the OTs, right? So it comes to show now after seeing the second map to see how they're much more deep in terms of their playbook, and they're actually looking a lot better now moving into the later rounds of Swiss stage to maybe even qualify once again into the main event, into the main bracket later on this month.
Yeah, Catface look like they've really leveled out, and if they have Summit in their map pool, this is gonna force everyone, their next opponents, to pay attention and to ban it or to scrim it and to consider it and consider Catface. I wouldn't even say I'm not sure about Top Dog yet. The names, the potential is there, but they'll have to fight tooth and nail to climb back up.
Or
and
Top
it starts
Cats
today. We're actually okay, we're just gonna get an interview going, guys. Bear with us. We'll see you after the break. Big time. Meow. Big time. Meow. 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 Eventually. Meow, meow. Well, look. Meow. All right, we're gonna get an interview with somebody from Catface. There we go. Welcome back, everybody, to VALORANT Game Changers presented by Verizon. The fun don't stop, and we have an interview, a Verizon post-match interview with none other than the multi-discipline GOAT, Raven, joining us. Sorry, I know you from another game as well, so I just wanted to say congrats on your win today. 13-1 is quite the decisive victory. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, thank you. Honestly, I don't know. I kind of just like was running it down every round, and I just let my team carry me. I don't know.
Raymond, I feel like the last time I had an interview with you, you said the same thing. I'm just running it down, and my friends are just coming through, and they're just pulling through, and we're just winning. So there's gonna be more to it, because if I'm looking at it so far with however you all came with their compositions around Summit, because I looked at that, I was like, what the hell is going on? What are we cooking? There's a lot of practice that has to be done into this, because the protocols, the execs, what you're using in terms of utility to enter towards that site, the answers that you have back on these trap plays that were attempted by your opponents, everything was pristine. Looking at yourselves, you're probably like probably the only team playing Summit on GC right now, but so far the best team, if we could put it that way as well. So how much practice has gone into this? How much practice goes on for Catface overall?
Honestly, our Summit and Breeze, it's like basically the same comp, and the way we play is kind of the same. It's just a different map. Like, I'll just hold my vulnerable out every round. If they do something, I throw it. And then like if we want to hit a site, I'll just put my shield up, we'll drone, and we'll just run it down. We actually just switched to this comp. We were trying the Viper before, but
yeah,
I don't know. We didn't really like it, so we were just like, okay, let's just do double duelist and run it down. And
it worked.
I mean, it works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Talk to me about this ISO and his place in the meta right now. You've been playing a lot of ISO, a lot of Neon, and accompanying someone like Kestrel. So are you just throwing vulnerables out, or what do you think about ISO and how impactful that agent is?
I think ISO is actually pretty good, especially on maps like Breeze, where Sova's meta, because you just like throw your wall, and even if a dart hits you, they can't shoot you. So that's why I really like playing ISO. And also his ult is always a guaranteed kill as long as your teammates can follow up on it. I think ISO is pretty good, and I really like playing him. He's pretty easy.
I gotta say, just for joking aside too, there was only that one round where you ISO ulted on that B side defense, and then after you won that fight, you're like, well, my teammates aren't there to back me up. I just instantly died. So that must have been a funny moment on Breeze, no?
Yeah, I won the ult. I was like, oh guys, I killed Neon, we're fine. And then I just died. I didn't realize my team had died, but it's fine because we won the map, so I'm really caring.
Yeah, exactly. To follow up though, I just wanted to talk about yourself and the team overall, because during the broadcast, I was just mentioning and praising you all, how I was quite impressed in terms of how you're currently playing, all of you individually and mechanically. So how much time is being put right now for each of you individually outside of team practice to just get your aim on point to where it is today?
Honestly, it's actually pretty hard because all of our schedules have been like really packed recently. So whenever we do get time to like scrim and stuff, we like take it as seriously as we can, but also have enough fun. And mechanically wise, I don't know. I've been playing the game for a long time. I actually changed my sense today, but yeah, I think our team is pretty good.
Yeah, no doubt.
And for sure, I vibe with that. Talk to me about your journey, though, through this Swiss stage so far, because it was a bumpier start. Like, the Spiders like roster is really impressive, but how were you guys able to kind of improve from how your first two matches went?
Yeah, honestly, I think we were a little too hard on ourselves after losing our first match. Like, that match was super close, and like some of us were just like kind of not locked in that day, and then we kind of let it affect us in the Spiders match. Like, we were trying to do too many things and like change the way we played. So today we were just like, let's just go back to what we did, what was working, running it down on double duelist, and that's what we did. Yeah.
I love this run it down style about you. I think ISO Neon, that is just so up your alley, and the teamwork. I mean, the 13-1. The proof is in the pudding.
Yeah. Why did you lose a round? What happened there? Why was it up 13-0?
Oh god, I don't even know. I can't even remember. It's like all a blur. It happened so fast.
It's only 14 rounds. You're so young, but it's okay. It's okay. You'll have time to VOD review it, and we're excited to see you not be in that like elimination position, because a loss here would have been really tough, right? But so proud of you. That was such a fun series, and thank you so much for joining us for the interview, Raven.
Thank you.
I love GC interviews. I don't know. They're all so funny. They're all so funny in their own
Wholesome,
unique
and I
way.
freaking love them.
And they're wholesome. And it's the, no, my team is goated. And
I
well,
just
there's a
show
Sherrod
up,
interview.
kill people, and yeah, just go back to work. Yeah, it's awesome. I love it.
Yeah, the Sherrod and Raven interview were very like black and white, you know? Like very confident and very like, my team is awesome. And you know, we got all types of amazing personalities here in Game Changers. You guys should follow, if you haven't, the journey of all the blossoming talent, but also talent is starting to be cemented. We are getting towards a spot where we could be qualifying teams into playoffs very soon. It takes 4 wins, and at the very top, Swim Trek has confirmed the #1 seed so far. Not in playoffs yet, just overall. And FlyQuest right behind them after taking their 2-0 win over Axolotl to report that there. And right behind them is Spiders, Axolotl, SRG, Sen Otters, Aura Temper, and Catface. So those are the qualifying positions so far. But Van Silly, we have next week to really iron out the rest.
Exactly. Yeah, every single action of the GC for the Swiss stage continues every single one of these Mondays. So just in between VCL, just between the VCTs, tomorrow's the LCQ for the VCL to see who moves on to the VCTs, and then we continue forward with another week on Monday on the August 3rd for the next round of Swiss. So make sure you guys all tune around for that. Again, I think for me, to close things out, Lemon Kiwi, for final thoughts, despite seeing SRG lose here and not being in a perfect bracket or perfect ratio so far, I don't think it matters anymore for that storyline for these teams. For them, it's just make it to the main event, make it to the grand finals, because that's what's important. A LAN grand finals in LA, and the winner books the last, or one of the spots rather, to represent the Americas at the Game Changers Champs.
Yeah, Swiss is cool. It just makes your job a little bit easier in playoffs, because that's where it really matters. But it's kind of nice to see Game Changers not be as top heavy, where it's the same team winning everything. Now we got all these new teams scrapping away, or these kind of reformed teams with veterans really kicking everybody in the dirt. So I love Game Changers. I'm sure you guys do as well. We hope that you will join us here again. Twitch.tv/Valorant_Americas, where you can find Game Changers for all the region, or well, Americas mostly. And we love seeing you guys there. I've been Lemon Kiwi. This is Van Silly on this side, and we'll see you next time.